president to appoint an African American to the United States Supreme Court? 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Matt to see if we can get an answer. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning. Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo. All right, Matt, which president was the first to appoint an African American to the U.S. Supreme Court?
That would be LBJ.
LBJ. Hey! Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Let's see if you can't leave me about an inch from where the zipper ends round under my back to my bunghole.
That was the announcement.
That's how he announced Thurgood Marshall.
Where your nuts hang is always a little too tight.
Just want to remind everybody that where your nuts are in your bunghole while your butthole stinks. We're here for a whole other reason, Mr. President.
Thurgood Marshall was appointed on June 13th, 1967 to the Supreme Court for following the retirement of Justice Tom
Historical
Sequoia.
moment, but my hanger slacks are jammed up my butthole.
I know your butt hairs under there.
It gets matted,
tangled
and
up.
Dingleberries pulling on the fabric and ripping on your butthole. Huh? Yeah, and then I wiped too hard this morning. I got blood and then poop on the toilet paper. It's wrapped around my, kind of impacted my butthole. Sir, please.
He was known to sit on the toilet and have other people around while he would
conduct meetings.
While he would discuss United States business while taking a dump. Yeah. That was LBJ,
dude,
man.
Even when he was wiping, because that's when I feel the most
he had no barriers.
That's when you feel most vulnerable.
I think in the right stuff, he's depicted. He was a kind of a he had tons of quirks.
He was a Southern fellow.
Yeah.
All right. Anyhow. We are going to set up Matt with a $50 Metro Diner dining card, now serving new stacked sandwiches. You can bite into Metro Diner's latest crispy fried chicken and shrimp po' boy layered with fresh lettuce, tomato, and chipotle ranch served on a hoagie roll. LBJ would love that.
Let's see if you can't leave me about an inch from where the zipper ends round under my back to my bunghole.
Sitting president of the United States.
Yes. Visit metrodiner.com. All right, we're going to start with Cara Delevingne. She revealed to Vogue that the unflattering paparazzi images actually helped put her on the path to sobriety.
So paparazzi are good.
They're doing good things out there. She told the outlet that photos of her looking disheveled and acting erratic following a trip to Burning Man last September were a wake-up call to her. She said, I hadn't slept. I was not okay. It's heartbreaking because I thought I was having fun, but at some point it was like, okay, I don't look well. And she said, sometimes you need a reality check. So in a way, those pictures were something to be grateful for.
I'm glad to hear this because I really kind of liked her in Only Murders in the Building, right? Mm-hmm. And she had a really good run on that show. And she appears in things, and I'm like, hey, I kind of like her. I think she's good. So it's sad to see her that way.
This interview was conducted in late January, and she confessed that she was 4 months sober after going to rehab last year, and she credits her recovery to a 12-step program. She said, before I was always into the quick fix of healing, going to week-long retreats or to a course for trauma, say, and that helped for a minute, but it didn't ever really get to the nitty-gritty, the deeper stuff. This time I realized that 12-step treatment was the best thing, and it was about being not being ashamed of that. The community made a huge difference. The opposite of addiction is connection.
She said that when she's in her best state of mind, there's more than a couple of inches of fabric between her vagina and her butthole.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and that seems to be a going theme here.
She said, and I really found that in a 12-step. I have a question. Is when you hear 12-step program, is that AA or are there other 12-step programs?
Well, it's usually
Does anyone know?
Any sort of an anonymous meeting, AA, NA. Yeah, when you're talking about recovery like that, that's what you're usually referring to. But,
the original step-off was AA, yes, right, for the 12
here's
steps?
The deal. There are certain traditions within these groups that, it's a group of like attraction rather than promotion.
Right.
So rather than her saying, I go to this specific group, she's following the traditions of said group, rather than just promoting it. Do you know what I mean?
Kinda.
So
because some people will say, "Yeah, I'm going to AA."
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, listen, I subscribe to the same thing, but there's a part of the tradition that says, at the level of press, radio, and film,
it's like Fight Club.
Well, it's like I don't know. They do.
I was just curious. It's no big deal. I mean, I didn't know if there are other programs than AA and NA that are
when you're talking about
12-step.
12-step, you're talking about the
thank
anonymous.
you.
Connor pulled up a list of
Anonymized.
programs that share 12 steps.
Okay, yeah, and they all have anonymous in their names. Okay. Sharon Stone is looking back on the emotional toll that her role in Basic Instinct had on her life as mom. The actress opened up about the after effects of the 1992 film, which included losing custody of her son.
I never heard about this. I saw this in the article. I'm like, wow, what the hell prompted that?
She said, I lost custody of my child. When the judge asked my child, my tiny little boy, do you know your mother makes sex movies?
What? Oh, my God. Wait,
Yeah.
how old was the kid?
I don't know at the time, Kath, but she said, little boy. She said, this kind of abuse by the system, that is what considered that it was considered what kind of parent I was because I made that movie. People are walking around with no clothes on at all on regular TV now, and you saw maybe like a 16th of a second of possible nudity of me, and I lost custody of my child.
That was a mainstream movie with it, and that was the big money shot. No pun intended. That was what the movie was selling. Everyone wanted to see that scene where she crosses her legs, but it was nothing.
Yeah, she is a mom to sons Quinn, Laird, and Roan. That are their names. And she went on to note that it physically broke her heart to lose custody of her child. She said, I ended up in the Mayo Clinic with extra heartbeats in the upper and lower chambers of my heart. It broke my heart, she said. And this isn't the first time that she has spoken about the difficulties of working on Basic Instinct. She spoke to the New Yorker for an interview last year in which she recalled how making the film was taking a toll on everybody. She said Paul Verhoeven, the director, ended up in the hospital. He had a rupture in his sinuses, and he couldn't stop having a nosebleed. She said there was tremendous pressure on that set. She says, but going back to the sex part of it, she goes, now people walk around showing their penises on Netflix.
Seriously.
But in the old days, what we were doing was very new. This was a feature film for a major studio, and we had nudity, sex, homosexuality, all these things that in my era were breaking norms, and apparently it helped contribute to her losing custody of her son.
So the movie that makes her career gets her
insane.
effed up. Yeah, it is pretty wild.
Yeah,
I didn't know all that went down.
I don't. Was it because did her ex-husband or
I'm thinking-
Daddy
I don't
turn her
know the
in?
nature of the custody issue.
I'm thinking that's an element, and I'm thinking that was used as an arrow in the quiver,
Right.
For her in that custody battle. That's what I'm kind of remembering, but I'm not sure.
But
When was that movie made?
91.
So it's a look.
All right. Oh, sorry. No, I was trying to figure out how old the kid was.
Yeah, it just kind of shows how sensibilities change over time.
You know what?
We were and where we are.
There was a time before the Hayes Commission came in, if you watch Mr. Skin's movie on nudity in the cinema and the history of movies, where they were showing nudity. You can look at some of the earlier Tarzan movies, and you can see Jane's naked in the water. And then the Hayes Commission stepped in and then clamped down as a reaction to that. But like Joan Crawford started in nudie films and stuff like that. That was quite common.
Yeah.
So it was almost like cyclical. But I remember this set off that whole like Body Heat, movies like that were all like really sort of pushing the boundaries. But now this wouldn't pass as an after-school special.
Yeah,
Oh my God,
Remember that after-school special, Mom, Look at My Beaver? Yeah.
Steve, I never got grounded as a kid. I can count the times I ever got grounded. The Basic Instinct was one of the reasons I got grounded as a teenager. My mom told me I was not allowed to watch the movie. And my friend Bobby, who I'm still friends with today, brought the movie over on VHS. And growing up, we had an apartment that was attached to our house. My parents changed a part of our house and rented it out to some family and friends, and nobody was living there at the time. And so we went into the apartment and we watched Basic Instinct, and my mom found out, I think because we left the VHS in the
You idiot.
I know. I think that's what it was. But
They
yeah,
weren't
totally
playing
got busted
Parcheesi in there. Yeah.
and got grounded because she,
Yes.
uncrossed her legs.
Question: had your mom seen the movie?
I have no idea, Preston.
Okay.
I don't know. I just know I was not allowed to watch
By
it.
the way, it is like a second of a flap.
Seriously.
And that's
it
it.
is.
Yeah.
And I
And
think
a
I
lot
tried-
of it is left to the imagination.
Yeah.
Like you don't flat out see. It's like we're like, did I just see that? Yeah.
And I think I tried to explain that to my mom after watching the movie. Like, Ma, it wasn't that big of a deal. But You guys know my mom. I had to go to church every day that week.
Ma'am, could you put your legs together?
All right, so here's a follow-up on a story we had yesterday, and we were totally right about this. Kevin Hart announced his latest project, Celebrity Prank Wars, yesterday, following a viral bit joking about Nick Cannon and the various women who are mothers to his children. In the show, which premieres on April 6th, we'll see the duo, both of them are in on this, taking their friendly feud up a notch, with Hart and Cannon branching out to also include some of their famous friends. Episodes will see stars planning, this is according to the show, planning and perpetrating some of the wildest and most viral pranks on each other.
So it's punked for celebrities against each other.
Yep. So co-host Cannon and Hart will be selecting the winner of each prank war, and each prank is expected to be more elaborate than the next. In the show, celebrity participants will include Anthony Anderson, Brie Bella, Nikki Bella, Lil Duval, Big E, Fantasia, Tiffany Haddish, Taraji P. Henson, Lil Jon, Kofi Kingston, Ludacris, Joel McHale, Killer Mike, Chance the Rapper, T-Pain, Robin Thicke, T.I., and Xavier Woods. So they're going after friends of theirs.
Yes, clearly.
They're going to try and draw them in and prank them. So we'll see if it's got legs. Could be fun.
Yeah.
We'll see. Lady Gaga will not be performing at the Oscars this weekend.
What?
Glenn Weiss, one of the show's executive producers, explained to the press on Wednesday.
What the is this?
She's busy making a movie.
Oh, she's making Joker 2, right?
That's probably what she's working on, yeah. And she couldn't give her performance the time and commitment that it would need to meet her expectations.
Is that?
She is nominated. Of course I am. Gaga's not going to be there, man. She is nominated for Best Original Song with Hold My Hand from Top Gun Maverick.
Shiloh 2, it's called.
Many thought she would be there. Shiloh 2. All 5 nominees were invited, and she's the only one that can't make it. But yes, she is working on a Joker Folie à Deux. And that is coming out in October of next year. So she'll be working on that for a little while. Speaking of the Oscars, Goldie Hawn regrets not picking up her Oscar awards in person, or her award in person. The actress, who was 25 at the time that she was nominated for Best Supporting Actress for her role in Cactus Flower, told Variety that she didn't expect to win. She said, "I never got dressed up. I never got to pick up the award, and I regret it. It's something that I look back on now and think it would have been so great to be able to have done that." In fact, she told the outlet that she never even watched the ceremony until Jimmy Kimmel recently showed her the clip of Fred Astaire announcing her name. And she said, "He's my idol, and I didn't know he was the one that announced my name."
She said that she had, for this, it's funny because I loved her when she came on the scene. She was on Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In, a comedy show from years ago. And then she started to act in movies like The Sugarland Express, one of Steven Spielberg's early movies. And I just thought she was great. But she admits that she was really, it's funny, this dichotomy exists a lot. You see somebody out in front of a crowd, but she was very shy and had, issues and was very nervous about being up at the Oscars.
Yeah, so she regrets not doing that. All right, is this old or not? I saw this yesterday. I don't think we reported on this. But
is this a Hindenburg story?
No, it's a Bam Margera story. Was arrested for domestic violence.
It's new.
After a woman reported to police he kicked her in San Diego, California. The 43-year-old is accused of kicking a woman in a home in Escondido.
I think it's about 3 days ago.
Supposedly his new girlfriend.
It was on Friday. What's that?
It's supposedly his new girlfriend.
Okay. Bam was arrested past Thursday on charges of corporal injury to a current or former spouse, cohabitant, dating partner, or fellow parent is how they categorize that. He was taken to the Vista detention facility where he spent the night. He was released on Friday to await for trial after posting $50,000 bail. Wow.
And he's not with, Steve-O is currently touring Australia, and he's not with Steve-O.
Yeah, he was only with him for a few shows.
Steve seems like he kind of gave up on him a little bit. Steve-O, I mean.
He may have had
tried
to.
And then he keeps up with this. It's such a shame.
You remember he issued that statement. He said, he basically said, I have to disconnect now. I've literally tried everything.
And didn't he say something to the effect of he's just afraid he's going to,
find out that he's dead one day?
Yeah, he doesn't want to be there for that.
I'm very afraid that Steve-O is right.
Yeah.
So.
That we were talking about, Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous a little bit ago. And last night I did an event and there were some people talking about addiction. And one of the girls said, you can't ever force somebody or, even help somebody. It's up to them to make the decision that this is what they want to do and this is what they have to do, and you can't really do much except support them when they decide it's time.
I think you should run a program, Kathy, and instead of 12 steps, 12 activities.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
that could be like part of the recovery. You know what I mean? Like we'll
12
keep them
activities
busy.
recovery.
Yeah, we'll keep them busy and we'll go do activities.
Okay.
12 activities recovery. We started Floral and Artie.
Yeah. So where you started, you
I mean,
end
we
there.
could make little like succult plants, and we could put them. Yeah,
And that'll work.
Listen,
Gotta be
if
therapeutic.
you're distracted by something, that could help.
All right. Let's see. Meghan Markle and Prince Harry's kids' royal titles have been revealed. The couple announced Wednesday that their daughter, Lilibet, was christened last week as Princess Lilibet.
They needed to get this done quickly because the Royal Rumble's next week.
Oh, okay.
Source told people that although King Charles, Queen Camilla, Prince William, and Kate Middleton were all invited to the event at the Sussex's home in Montecito, California last week, none of them chose to
I
attend.
can't, so Direct TV is coming by today.
Yeah. I thought you got something
Wait,
to do.
none of them. So none of them went.
No.
But I don't understand this. How are they given the title princess if they're not part of the royal family? I thought that wasn't going to happen then.
Yeah,
I am
know.
really so sick and tired of all this crap.
Seriously.
I mean,
Seriously.
it seemed like such a. Initially, I was like, oh, this is interesting. And then there was such a media flood. I'm like, I'm done.
But Kathy, I thought that you were right. I thought that they were stripped of their royal titles.
It
when
might
they-
be different for their offspring.
I guess maybe you're right. Yeah.
Or the band, The Offspring.
Right.
Those guys
Yeah,
too.
good band.
I have them coming up in music news later on. Might have.
Rise, Offspring.
Yes.
Sir Offspring. Sir Noodles.
I'm not a follower of the band. I was misinformed. But up next, Mr. Weezer.
Mr. Offspring, Mr. Weezer.
Mr. Elo. Oh, that's ELO.
All right, let's see what else I have here for you. All right, actor Cole Sprouse says.
You're a huge fan.
Well, he's from Riverdale.
Yes.
Big Daddy, right? That's the same guy, right?
Yes.
What? It's Big Daddy.
Yes.
It's a little kid.
Absolutely.
Yeah, his
I'm
brother
sorry?
as well.
Yeah.
Big
Both
Daddy
kids
on
are-
what?
Big Daddy.
Daddy.
Adam
movie.
Sandler.
Adam
Oh, the
Sandler,
movie
yeah,
Big
yeah.
Daddy. Oh, he was the kid.
Yeah.
He and his twin brother played the kid.
And I think he was Ross's son on Friends.
Yes.
So
Yeah, it was
they-
Cole, and then Brussels is his brother's name? Brussels Sprouse? No?
No,
Okay.
not really.
All right. All right. Here's again. You got to give us a dad joke now.
I don't have one.
Wow, you're,
right.
you're in a tough place now,
Yeah.
aren't you?
That was my dad joke.
So, Cole Sprouse
Not Brussels.
says he lost his virginity at age 14 while on family vacation.
Wow.
The actor said that the event lasted just 20 seconds. And he said, I ended up regretting that experience a little bit because I hadn't made it special at all. And I don't know anything outside
He
of
says
that.
it was with Sandra Bernhardt.
Oh, is that really? Wow. All right.
It's just interesting that they would hook up. What
it
was he
is.
was in the show that you guys were your kids watched. What was the show that there was a Disney
Sweet Life?
Sweet Life, yeah.
Oh, yeah, on deck. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Emma Hemming Willis is pushing back on fans who say that she's using her husband, Brad Willis's frontotemporal dementia diagnosis to get, quote, her 5 minutes of fame.
Oh, calm down.
She said in a video posted on Tuesday, she said, I just saw something about me getting my 5 minutes, which is great, which means that you're listening. So I'm going to take my 5 minutes and I'm going to turn it into 10 because I'm always going to advocate for my husband. The 44-year-old vowed to continue to raise awareness around FTD and their caregivers. And no, not the floral company.
Right.
Yes.
But that would be a good crossover.
It would be. Hey, The Price is Right is getting a new home after more than 50 years at Television City. According
is this?
to Deadline, renovations are forcing the CBS game show to move to Haven Studios when it begins production on season 52
That's an asshole.
later this summer. What's that?
No, I'm kidding. So there's a tradition, obviously 5 decades at the same place, but apparently they're going to really up the level of the production.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what they're going to do. I honestly used to watch that all the time.
I did too.
I'm not home during the day, obviously, but
Drew Carey doesn't do it for me.
It just does not do it.
Nope.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Not as exciting.
Yeah.
He's not as a warm as a
Yeah.
host as Bob was. Bob's the all-time great. Actually, I went to a filming of the Price is Right. You would be surprised, as you would almost any television show production you go to, about how small it is.
Right. Always.
They really make it look big, and it's cool how they do that. But I remember walking in going,
What?
Wow, this is it?
When I went to the Tonight Show taping out in California, and Leno was hosting at the time, and you walk in, you go, Jesus Christ, this is like half the size I thought it was.
Yep, exactly. All right, a couple more quick things, and we got to take a break. House of the Dragon Season 2 will have even more dragons. According to the Hollywood Reporter, series creator Ryan Condal promised 5 new dragons.
More house, more dragon.
At a recent screening in Los Angeles. So if you wanted more dragons, you're going to get them.
What if you wanted less?
Then
you're screwed.
This is not for you. All right, and then finally, History Channel announced Wednesday that it will. It has documentaries lined up with big names like Kevin Costner, Bradley Cooper, Morgan Freeman, Michael Imperioli, and Dan Aykroyd. These include Costner's The West. From Bradley Cooper is FDR. And then you have Black Patriots, the 761st Battalion from Freeman, and then 5 families from Imperioli, and Dan Aykroyd will have a doc called The Unbelievable.
So is Imperioli's the 5 mafia families?
I assume so. And with Dan Aykroyd, The Unbelievable, I assume that's going to be UFO, paranormal stuff. So, yeah.
You know who's doing a good series? Pierce Brosnan is doing a great series. I think it's on the History Channel about the great thefts, and they... the first episode was the Lufthansa heist behind that we all know from Goodfellas.
Yeah. All right, let's roll the clips. Here we go. Actors and actresses love having the privacy of their own home, but that isn't the case for actress Peyton List. Here, the School Spirit star discusses living on her own.
I'm right now in an apartment building for filming, and seeing the people in the lobby is so exciting, or seeing people on the elevator. I'm so used to being so alone and isolated back home that I think it's boosting my serotonin.
Shut the f*** up!
School Spirits is out today. That's on Paramount Plus. Here's the next clip for you. Champions is the newest sentimental movie that Woody Harrelson is adding to his resume. In this clip, he talks about the filming process.
To just throw things out and see how it goes, it just kind of freaked me. I didn't sleep. Then I went in there, I meet these guys, and they are just awesome.
I don't give a f***.
Champions is in theaters on Friday, and Caitlin Olsen is in that next.
Yeah, she's the co-star.
She looks really
awesome.
good, too.
Good
I mean, it's what is it? Like, I think it's a sort of a Special Olympics thing. Am I mishearing that?
Yeah, special needs kids need a coach. He's a coach of like another team that fails, and so he gets hired to coach these kids.
Awesome. Before we wrap up, I want to mention something. A group of people that have helped us out regularly have an event that's coming up. It's a Lower Merion Comedy Night, which is benefiting the Union Fire Association. These are the guys that have helped us out with a bunch of events. Casey's Big Adventure, Send-Off, the dumpster pool that we've done here. So we're more than happy to mention this. Saturday, March 18th. The Station 28 Fire Hall will transform into a club with performances by Jimmy Schubert, Latisse, and host Kirk Gardner. Showtime's 8 p.m. It's BYOB. It's a comedy event. It's intended for mature audiences. Tickets start at $25 and are available through the link on the Union Fire Association Facebook page, and we also have it posted on PrestonandSteve.com.
Very cool.
So it should be a fun night, and helping out with those guys, we're more than happy to get the word out. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Mr. Skin's going to be on the program this morning, the Anatomy Awards, as we get close to the Academy Awards, and we have other things going on, too. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
How they answer the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right. Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go,
and then pizza.
Yeah, no, really? I would go pizza less. I would probably, normally, I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip, too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of just, I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically
Like a
dip.
crap.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah.
This is the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. You know, so
Stays darker later?
I mean, stays lighter later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays later darker.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
Dark and dark.
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here. Yeah. And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I've had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink it.
Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right? Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction or in the completely wrong direction, and that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur.
Okay.
I got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, hold on. That means Darth Vader's my grandfather.
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, like, actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah, no, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear: the dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah. Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah. Yes. Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly, people never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity, once it's done, when people ask about it, you can just say, watch the movie. Because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it, Bert?
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy, Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He was like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine. And it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
Go ahead.
Based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guys.
And you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos. Yeah. I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
Really? You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad. And then, and then I went on the news and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we
more
spoken
believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah. Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And and it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? And I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? And he goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Stop laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready to, I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail, and Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, well, check your DMs. I checked my DMs, and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston. Wow. And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Yeah. That's awesome.
WMMR.
Kathy Romano. Adam.
Yeah, man.
What a job. What a job. Yeah, at
Sounds
home.
like she's here.
Yeah. Hey, there was Nick pointed this out to me yesterday, and it was at a Flyers game. It was Tony D'Angelo for the Flyers. There was a stoppage in play. I don't know exactly what happened leading up to this moment.
Goalie, the Flyers were losing at this point, and the game was nearing its completion.
Okay. And so they're standing around. There's referees are trying to sort things out, and Tony D'Angelo of the Flyers skates over. He's upset. And he takes his stick and he spears a guy on the Lightning, Corey Perry, right in the nuts. And I mean, like he went right at it.
Yeah, it was like
blatant.
There's no two ways about
just
it.
walks up and just goes, bang.
Did he hit what he was aiming for? Do we know that?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
He says he didn't. He said in an interview last night, and he got suspended, so he's going to be missing 2 games, but he said, I wasn't looking.
And now when they're on a roll, Nick.
Well, I know. He said, I wasn't looking for it to go there.
Okay. Well, it went there. He went there.
My balls.
Which, when in my day and age, in my younger days, the 20s, teens and all that stuff, getting somebody, hitting them in the balls was forbidden.
Cheap shot.
Yes, exactly.
However, now, in this case, Preston, they're wearing, obviously, proper equipment.
You got a cup on, sure. But still, you can catch something the wrong way.
If you move everything back, it's going to hurt.
But I was curious if that is still the rule. Because, we didn't even do, like ball taps and stuff like that. That was more like your era, Casey.
Yeah.
It was a no-go, but did you guys
not
do
even
that?
ball taps.
Nope.
Man, you guys sucked in the 80s.
I know.
When I was a kid, we were dunking people for being witches.
No, it was no ball taps and purple nurples were
Well,
fine.
purple nurples and things like that, but you stayed away from the boys. It was considered
foreboding.
Yes, it was just considered bad cricket.
But it wasn't. It also wasn't something you. I think was You had to be like really close to somebody in order to be able to get away with a ball tap.
If you nut tap someone you didn't know,
or somebody that was a fringe friend, those were
or a business partner of your dad's.
But listen, if you're in an actual brawl, a fight where there's anger and something serious could happen. It's a viable target. It's what they call a soft target.
Well, listen, you have to assume that whoever you're fighting is trying to kill you.
Well, there are different fights. Like if it's an after-school fight,
right?
I think it would have been frouned upon.
You would have been made fun of.
Someone attacks you in an alleyway, you rip their nuts off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
it just seems stupid. Like I don't know what it feels like, but from everything I've ever learned or heard, it can be like dangerous too. Like why do that?
It ain't fun.
How about that's just off the table altogether?
Yeah, it can be dangerous.
It's funny how your nuts seem hardwired to your stomach because it will make you sick to your stomach instantly.
Yeah, without question.
Yeah.
So is what Tony D'Angelo did, is it cool?
I think he's cool.
like Fonzie, yeah.
No. Does it are we okay with this, or is it a dick move?
Well, as Preston said, we have to do the right thing and look the other way and surrender all honesty.
Yeah.
And then celebrate because he's on our team.
I think it's stupid. I think it's dumb. I think it's absolutely ridiculous, and I think he should have been suspended.
Kathy,
That's stupid.
Do we give him the benefit of the doubt when he says he was not trying to do that?
Yeah, totally. If he didn't actually mean to hit him there, fine, okay. And I get that there's fighting in the game. I just think that that's a low blow, and it's really dumb. You're an adult.
Yeah, it's literally a low blow. Kat, I wish I believed him. I just don't. Like the way that his stick comes in, it looks like he's aiming for Corey Perry's nuts, and he connects. And I mean, apparently, Corey Perry's a bit of a bitch out on the ice, and then he's one of the guys that yaps at all the other players. But as soon as it happened, Kathy, I don't know if you saw the footage. All 5 Lightning that were on the ice went after Tony D'Angelo, and they were like, "Hey, what the hell?"
I was telling Nick the looks on their faces are like, "Ooh, what did you just do?" It's pretty funny. It led to a full-on brawl. They all went after him, but because it was definitely as cheap as you can get. But so we haven't done this in a long time, but. Worst injury in that area that you personally have ever experienced?
I think I beat all of you guys.
Really?
Yeah, because I was on a trampoline, and what happened was I got double jumped. So that means you jump, and then somebody else jumps
right before you,
and it springs you, and you have no control over anything.
Yeah.
And so we weren't trying to double jump me; we just did double jump me, and that sprung me really, really high up, and I went straight up. I don't even know, maybe 1,000 feet, Steve, and then I came down and
1,000 feet.
Yeah, exactly 1,000 feet in the air, and it came directly down on the bars. I straddled the bar, went right down on my nuts.
So you were like 100 stories up.
I was 100. I was about a little bit higher than the Empire State Building.
Hey, okay, I want to ask you this, and I don't know how this is even possible. And Kathy, I'd have to find a video to you and show you that this indeed does exist. There are fetishes. There are people that like to get punched and kicked.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, full on naked. This is not CGI of any type.
That's what they get off on.
How can they possibly handle that pain?
I'll go you one more. You know there are guys who like to have women in stiletto heels stand on their nutsack.
It's crazy. And I mean, I don't know. I've seen these videos going, what? How did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Guys got to have a hobby.
Oh, my God.
You ever had have you ever had bruising down there?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, I had that once, and it's just it was like knee to the groin. It was not a knee to the balls. It was a knee to the. I'll never think of that sound different. Right.
So was it a pronounced bruise?
Yeah, Steve. It was to the left of my balls.
Yeah,
and but it
and
like
just above Albuquerque.
Right. But it swelled up that whole area.
Oh, that sucks.
And it just was like, and so Casey, afterwards, everything was tender, you know, and then, like you couldn't really walk properly.
So I didn't receive a punch in the nuts, or when I had my prostate removed, my whole genital area looked like an eggplant.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
it wasn't really sore. It's just where the blood was coagulating, and then it reabsorbed back into the body.
Now, when I was in 8th grade, Nick, there was a girl that I went to school with who I guess she just didn't even realize like what she was doing, but and for no reason, like unprompted. It's not like I was like, "Hey, you bitch," you know. Like I was just standing there at a party.
Hey, you bitch! You're in the 2nd grade.
She just decided to kick me in the balls because she thought it was going to be funny.
Oh my God!
And I was like, I didn't even know it was coming. I was just standing there, and she was like, "Boom!" And I was like, "No,
Casey. In her defense, it was probably hilarious.
It probably was hilarious.
It's the funny thing, Preston. We are immediately connected to the graphic pain of it.
Yeah.
But I would find it funny seeing another guy get whaled in the nuts. Not me.
Watching this
Watching
video,
this.
D'Angelo. Like, I'm like, I know that Corey Perry is in pain. I don't like Corey Perry. But when I watch all the other guys react to what I laugh.
If it wasn't funny, America's Home Videos wouldn't exist.
Dude, every Sunday I laugh at every nut shot, and my favorite are the pinata mishaps. So good.
Great. The T-ball ones are great. The golf ones are great. You just,
because
soccer ball ones are great.
I think what happens in the progression, which makes it so funny, is that and when I have gotten hit in the nuts, we all have. You get hit in the nuts, and there's a pause.
Yeah.
There's like the calm before the storm.
There's an immediate reaction. There's a double overreaction because you just, instinctively you react to that, and that's the and then the pause, and then it's like
and then the vomit-inducing feelings.
Yeah,
but the pause is like, okay, hang on a second. I know this hurts, but is the other pain coming?
Cramp.
The cramp is that coming? Do we avoid? No, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
There it is.
We have an expert who can speak
is that right?
on such things. Ladies and gentlemen, the doctor is in from Penn Medicine and Fox 29, Dr. Mike Sirigliano.
Hey!
Dr. Mike.
Yeah. I got to tell you. So as comical as it is, I used to play ice hockey, and the bottom line is you never do anything like that. And when I see stuff like this with professionals, it really bothers me because kids emulate professionals. So that's number one. But I'm calling from a medical point of view. Now, I've never heard of a hockey player ever not wearing a cup and protection down there. So hopefully, I can't imagine he wasn't wearing protection. But that being said, when you get hit, and since we're talking about testicular injuries, you can have ruptures, you can bleed, you can have all kinds of significant problems that require further evaluation. You need an ultrasound, check a urine to see if there's blood in the urine, all of that. And,
Mike,
this is just one of those, it's almost like road rage. Everybody was just all riled up, and you can't do that. You have to control yourself.
So, Mike, you're a hockey guy. You're a fan. You played. You knew players associated with the team and so on. Have you ever seen an injury post-injury, like right after it's happened? Have you ever seen something happen down there where you're like, oh, my God?
Well, I've seen people get hit by a puck down there, and I've certainly had patients over the last 30 years. I had a gentleman who unfortunately straddled a fence after out of a window, and so that led to significant numbers of surgical repairs and things. But this can lead to long-lasting problems. It can affect you not only medically but sexually. There's a lot of.
And what about the permanent falsetto that'll occur after?
Well. I've never witnessed that, but I mean, the bottom line is that this was a serious incident, and like Kathy said, I mean, look, professionals are professionals, and that's the way it should be, and you need to not because you set an example for kids everywhere.
No, that's true. But I have to ask, outside of the medical degree, and obviously you're a healer and you're concerned with the human condition, have you yourself ever laughed at a ball hit?
Well, I think we all do. Like you know, America's Funniest Videos. Yes, there's something funny about it. It's not funny for the participant.
No,
I can tell you that.
Yeah.
And we all that have that sort of equipment have had close calls. I remember when I was a kid, I took a foot down there playing soccer or something, and it's not fun.
No. Yeah, but you're right. You got to set an example if you're a professional athlete.
Could it kill you if you know you were hit too hard there?
Well, certainly if you had severe trauma,
right.
You could bleed out.
Okay.
You know, I mean, I've never seen that, but I'm sure urologists have seen cases where there is a severe trauma down there.
If the other guy's wearing snowshoes.
Well. You know, the Bobbitt incident comes to mind.
Oh, yeah.
Bobbitt.
You know? Yeah. He went on to be a porn star.
He did.
How about that?
Well, modern technology.
And it's amazing. All right.
Medicine works.
Dr. Mike, we love you.
We love you.
Thanks for the call. We'll see you. Dr. Mike Sirigliano on our program once again. I love it. All right. Obviously, calls are coming in.
Yes.
So there are several really good ones here. Let's go to Chad, first of all. Hey, Chad, good morning. Chad, you are on the air, buddy. Are you there? Nope.
Hi, guys.
No, I heard him for just a second there. I heard a little blip.
Let me tell you my story.
He's got a bad signal.
Hey.
There we go.
Yeah, how are you?
Good. What's up, Chad?
Hey, so I in my younger years, I was playing paintball and was not wearing a cup. Got shot down there, and subsequently it turned black.
You're not turned black.
It turned black. My friends referred to it as the hairy eggplant, and then I had to go, and I'm 13, 14 years old at the time, and had to go for an ultrasound, as Dr. Mike just mentioned, and ended up laying there on a table with this pretty cute
it's always that way.
technician,
yep.
and you're sitting there, and she has to do an ultrasound of my nutsack. So laying there as a 14-year-old, you're like, oh my God, please make this end. But it all turned out okay, and both are working properly.
All right, very good for you. But how pain level? Where would you rank that?
Oh my God, I don't even. There's not a scale.
There's not a scale.
What compelled you to not wear a cup playing paintball?
Kid.
I was a kid. You didn't even think about that. Like, you just went out in your camouflage fatigues and with your buddies, and we're shooting each other.
Let me wear this protective gear, except on my balls.
All right, thanks, Chad. Ow, man, that would, You've been shot by paintball?
Oh, God, yeah.
It freaking hurts.
Yeah.
That would be very nasty.
You ever been shot by like 1,000 paintballs?
Everybody? Did that ever happen to anybody?
Casey has.
That was one of my favorite Kill Casey stunts of all time. We shot him with 1,000 paintballs.
Oh, they were so good.
Let me see. There was. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm gonna save Alex for just a moment because that one's pretty intense. But we'll go to John. There's a couple of these up here. Hey, John. Good morning.
Good morning. How's it going, guys?
Good, man. What's up?
So I was about 13 or.
Man, it's a good story, too.
John, start over again if you could, please. It's a bad signal we have on your phone. Nope, we lost him altogether.
No.
Poured boiling water into a pitcher. It exploded, got second and third degree burns on his scrotum.
So you would have to wear a kilt for like a month.
And third degree is permanent scarring.
Yeah.
So he's got that for life.
Now it looks all wrinkled.
Yeah. Man, he would have to explain that to someone if he was meeting a new romantic partner.
Yeah.
You know, at what point do you share that information?
You're going to notice that my balls look wrinkled. No, you would have the discoloration that would occur.
Yeah, or maybe it could be misshapen or something like that, but I don't know. All right, now I'm going to go to Alex because this will be tough to beat. Hi, Alex, you are on the air.
Hi, good morning, guys. Can you hear
morning.
Me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's up, bud?
Awesome. I just got to be really quick here. I'm walking my train. So a little backstory. I am a lifeguard in Avalon, New Jersey. Past couple of years, I worked with this guy, Austin, and he went down for spring break to Miami, Florida. And as you guys know, Florida has a lot of sharks.
Yes.
So he was kind of bathing around, I guess, an area that there was like a bunch of people throwing stuff off of the back of a boat, and noticed that he had a lot of pain in that crotch area. And when he got out of the ocean, he realized he actually got bit, which when he went to the ER, they said he got bit by a bull shark.
Wait a minute.
Crotch area.
All right, so wait a second.
Wait.
Bull sharks are the deadliest sharks in the ocean, surpassing great white sharks. So how do you get bit by a bull shark, not know it?
I do not know. I was not with him at the time, but I did see the scar the next summer, and I got to say it was pretty gnarly.
I'm going to tell you what happened, Alex. He gave the shark some money to do a little mouth love on him, and things got crazy.
I think your friend is straight up lying. straight up lying. He did something really stupid. And then he has morphed it into a shark bite story.
You would lose. Now listen, it's possible it was like a baby bull shark.
But I mean, he didn't know it. And these guys are throwing chum off the back of a boat where he happens to be swimming.
It seems like a long way to go.
Wait, how did you end up seeing it, Alex?
Yeah, great question. This kid was. He was pretty, upfront with that sort of stuff, always just being, kind of creepy almost. So we didn't really prompt it.
Wow.
But he was like, I got a shark bite story. You guys are right, though. Now that I think about it, maybe it wasn't a bull shark because the teeth marks didn't look, as wide as one.
So
of,
I think it was a bull S. Not a bull
It might have been a baby
Bull
shark. It might have been a sand, a sand shark. It might have, because a bull shark, literally, if you look at the top of the list, the ones with the most kills.
Yeah.
Bull shark.
You know what I think was happening? I think he was out fishing one day and he saw the mouth on a snapper or something like that and thought it would be a good idea. Yeah.
Or a hooker with braces.
Or something.
Oh my God.
Are you still friends with this guy?
I am, yes, yeah. We were lifeguards the past 3 summers in Avalon, so I only see him over the summer typically, but yeah.
Do us a favor. If you can convince him to send us some photographic, I'd love to see what the scars that were left by this bull shark that he was unaware of was chomping on his junk.
I am just not.
Will do. He's up
All right.
front. So.
All right.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it, buddy.
I think I would know if a bull shark was chewing on my balls.
Yeah.
You guys know my dad was airlifted off of a beach after a surfboard went through one of his guys.
Balls?
Yeah, he said it was the worst pain he'd ever felt. He felt as though he went into shock. He didn't really remember much of it, but yeah, they had
Did it split his sack?
Steve, I didn't get into the details with my dad about his sack.
You didn't do any medical work on him?
I did, but he said that the tip of the surfboard, so it was that old heavy surfboard, and he said it. I mean, it punctured.
Wow!
All right, so real quick, you said it was the worst pain. Did he say this before or after he snapped his femur?
That's why we talked about it after. He said that the surfboard to the sack was worse.
Wow.
You and your dad, it's like Lou. It's like Lou's Lou.
It is.
You get these stories. Oh, by the way, my dad had his nutsack ripped off by a
Kathy, I only had
airlifted.
pain worse once in my life when Janis Joplin crossed her legs.
Wow.
Well, and Preston, one time Lou called in with some story about mobsters in New York, and after that, my dad called. He goes, yeah, that guy Lou. I knew those guys he was talking about. I was like, really? He goes, yeah.
Between your dad and Nick's dad being a part of the Manson family.
Got a book together.
Yes.
We haven't heard from Lou for a while, by the way. I was thinking about him the other day.
I got an email
from
did you?
him,
actually.
Is he doing okay?
Well, not really. He sent me a shard out, and I'll pass this along. He said, hey, can you please send a shard to my great-nephew Patrick? He was born on Saturday night, and there were complications. His parents, Ryan and Megan, have been by his side. Please pray for speedy recovery. Thanks, who's Lou? So he wants us to send a shard out, if you don't mind. We hope everybody is going to be okay, please.
We love Lou.
Yeah, we do love Lou. We need to talk to him sometime soon. All right, so I want to go to Nate because he had a burning incident down there like the other caller that we lost. Hi, Nate. You're on the air.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, buddy. All right, so you burned yourself in that area?
Well, not intentionally.
Okay. Most people don't. What's the story?
When I was in the 5th grade, school had ended, and we went to we had the Olympic Day, and then afterwards I got home, and my mom was having tea. So I'm like, oh, I'll have tea. So I'm swirling the tea bag around, and the tea bag tipped his cup and all over my balls and
my
stick and berries.
All right. How bad was the burn?
3rd degree.
Whoa.
3rd degree. All right, Nate. So I mentioned this earlier. The other caller said he had 3rd degree burns on there. Did it leave permanent scarring?
No, everything's still there.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what 3rd degree meant.
Well, no, like in the sense of like when I got thrown into the the bathtub, skin was coming up.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Wow, that is unpleasant. So what? How did you treat it? What did you do for the ensuing days after the burn?
I don't remember. I was 10.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
right.
So like there was like a little kiddie pool, and my mom just threw me in there. Oh my God. So
Right.
She's trying to kill you.
Kill him.
Yeah,
It's not worth living now.
We're trying to help you. That's why I'm holding you under.
Thanks, Nate. Let's see. I want to go to, I don't quite understand this one. I want to go to Dave S. Dave, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Dave. What's up?
So when I was younger, maybe like 15, 16, I was like getting big into skateboarding, and I was trying kickflips when I was just learning them, and the board flipped straight up, and I sat right down on it. Credit card right down the center.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, it says did a credit card on my screen. I didn't know exactly what that means.
I like sat right on the nose of the board, right into my gooch, and
gooch. I love the gooch.
Yes,
underused term.
I'll tell you what, man. You see that constantly, and you see a lot of that happen is when the guys try to do the banister slide on stairs. Oh my God!
Yeah.
Yeah, and the nose was like kind of sharp from being worn down, so it pinched and bruised and cut my ball sack.
Okay.
It's unbelievable.
Skateboarding has got to be rife with, well, number one, injuries, period, but nut injuries have to happen quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Between that and bull sharks biting your balls, these are probably the two most common.
I would think so. And Dave, you healed nicely after that. Did it take a while?
Oh, yeah, I had to stay off the board for a couple weeks because I couldn't really move my legs too well because everything just hurt.
Did you come back cautiously to the board? I mean, were you able to eventually get back to fully doing all the tricks you could do?
Yeah, I guess you could say cautiously. I kind of went right back into it. And then, more injuries down the line.
You're young, right? You figure go for it.
Yeah.
Probably that other guy probably went back and swam with bull sharks after they bit his balls off.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Man. All right. Wow. I've never had a
that bad.
Never had a bad traumatic injury in that region.
I was on deck, baseball bat. You just swung it back. And the funny thing is, it's the one sometimes that you wouldn't think.
Yeah, like a grazing.
Right. Yeah. And that does you in. The worst, you've done the zipper catch, right?
Yeah, but not like bad.
Yeah.
I just had a little.
I had a blood
nick.
I had a blood bad. Yeah,
Oh, dude, that's right. I did that. I was taking a piss at Citizens Bank Park in the bathroom, but I couldn't believe that I caught it in the zipper. Like, because I just always thought it was like, oh, it's a joke. You know, don't get. And then it happened to me. I was like, oh! I had like an audible scream.
Yeah.
And I was like, I cannot believe I just did that.
So, and then you're effed because how do I extricate myself?
Yes.
Well, it wasn't stuck in there. It wasn't like something about Mary. It just.
Is that the Frank or the Beans?
Yeah, it was both.
Both, I think. That scene. Oh my God.
The Frank Buck Beans.
The close-up shot of that. Oh my God.
So good. But it was so quick. I don't even remember if there was blood or anything like that, but it happened, and I was like, I cannot believe I just did that.
Did you have time to scream Slayer?
No. We should do that again.
All right, let me do one more call. So who's been on hold longest? That is PJ. We'll go to PJ. Hi, PJ, you're on the air. Good morning.
Morning. What's up, bitches?
Yo, bud. Want to hear about your balls. What's up?
All right, so back in the day, we were about, in 5th grade, right before Jackass came out.
Uh-huh.
We were tackling each other through bushes, and my buddy tried to tackle me, but he missed me and went into the bush. And the scream was so loud that he had a stick go through his scrotum.
Oh, my God.
He had a stick go through his scrotum.
From the bush. Wow.
Yeah. And my dad comes running out, picks him up, brings him into the bathroom, and his testicle falls out into the sink.
Oh,
well, that could conceivably if it was ripped enough, right?
No way. I don't know.
I believe it.
I believe the shark story
I believe
more.
it. No. I absolutely believe it. I don't think he means it fell out and rolled around in the sink, Kathy.
And he was doing like a roulette wheel.
Call my dad right now and get him on the phone. I'll tell you.
So it came out. It was exposed. And
yeah, and from that day on, it looked like a deflated balloon.
Wow.
You saw it several times after that?
That's harsh.
Various functions and at the Rotary Club.
Thank you, PJ. By the way, I like the idea of it coming out like a roulette and like a ball on a roulette wheel. He was just rattling around in the sink. All right, well,
18 red.
Wow.
Was that a roulette?
Round and round she goes. Where she stops, nobody knows. All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for the stories, I think.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of brutals up there still.
I know. We're not going to be able to get you
People
calls.
vomit their breakfast out.
But this was, we kicked this off because Tony D'Angelo, who we had at the Camp Out for Hunger, by the way, speared Corey Perry of the Lightning. So, Tony's from the Flyers. And it was pretty blatant. It looked like, anyway, just full on bang, jab right in the boys. So. We thought we would, spend some time on that for a little while. But thank you for the calls, I think. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Over, we're going to have actor Jack Champion, who's in the new Scream 6 film, is also in the most recent Avatar, the Pandora movie.
He's in Endgame, too.
And we will also have Mr. Skin on the show. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year. So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right. Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza less. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of. I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically
like a
dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah,
It's the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. It's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers, starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good. Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. So
Stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter. Later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays later darker.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday, too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson is playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I
timer.
didn't have to listen to the story.
Every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here.
Yeah.
And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
Yeah, I've had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink it.
Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction
my
or
God.
the completely wrong direction. And that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur. Like,
Okay.
we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, "Hold on." That means Darth Vader's my grandfather.
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, like, actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah.
Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
we watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah. Yes. Dude, that's awesome. That's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly. People never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done. When people ask about it, you can just say, "Watch the movie," because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't it?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow up to it, Bert.
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He's like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine. And it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
Go ahead.
based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guy.
And then you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos, I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
Really? You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we
more
spoken
believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And and it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. he's like, should we bring our wives? I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? He goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Stop laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail, and Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston. Wow. And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
This morning is brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Got junk, want it gone? Got floors, want them clean? Call J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Veteran-owned and operated. Started right here in southeastern Pennsylvania. Call 844-GET-JDOG or visit jdog.com. Well, a group of girls rushed to the hospital after playing with a Ouija board at school.
See?
It's
My mom
the
was right.
devil! The 28 youngsters passed out while using the seance set at Galeras Educational Institution in Colombia.
You should have listened to Kathy's mother.
They were hospitalized with signs of fainting, anxiety, and other symptoms.
I'm going to make you so anxious.
The school's directors and concerned teachers accompanied the students to the hospital. Hugo Torres, head of the institution.
I'm going to drag you down to hell and make you anxious.
There were 28 possible cases of anxiety in school students. Given the report cases, a series of comments were unleashed on the community that, rather than helping to resolve the situation, led to confusion and an adverse environment for our work, he said. The school is waiting for the medical reports before providing an update on the incident.
A story like this will fuel urban legends for decades to come.
Of course. So what was supposed to be a dream wedding quickly became a nightmare. Video showed two men entering a wedding venue, one waving a gun in the air in the middle of the reception, and guests were seen running and screaming.
It was a nightmare.
The incident took place at the Cielo Farms wedding venue. Now, Jonathan Campo, also known as DJ Rich Homie John.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
Was DJing his cousin's wedding when the disturbance began. He said it all started when a man, later identified as 31-year-old Christian Rafart. Come on.
Yes. Christian Rafart.
His fart is in his name. So he demanded that he stop playing music with about 40 minutes left in their venue booking. Then Campo says that Rafart started grabbing his DJ equipment, which led to an altercation between the two of them.
Rafart.
He said, when I replayed in my head, I can see the inside of the gun. I can see the shine of the gun. He said Rafart ran outside, returning moments later with a second man, 58-year-old Miguel Rodriguez, wielding a gun and pointing it at Campo. He said, I just remember everything kind of froze, and I'm staring down the barrel of a gun.
Wow.
And he said,
stick your gun in the air like you just don't care.
He said, I'm trying to brace myself to get shot by this guy because I really don't know what his intent is, and I don't know why I'm in the situation to begin with.
First, my last name is Rafart, and now I'm going to get shot.
Police arrested both Rodriguez. No, Rafart was the first guy that came in and told him to stop.
Oh, Rafart. Oh,
so Rodriguez and Rafart were both arrested. Rodriguez, who officials says owns the venue, is charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And Rafart faces charges including battery-resisting arrest and violating a probation as well.
You know what? It probably sounds like if you were attending that party, it might have been kind of fun to watch.
I agree.
Yeah. Because it's so boring otherwise.
You would have a story to share for sure. So a woman who allegedly stole an alligator's egg And she went on to keep the hatched animal as a pet at her home for more than 20 years.
Wow.
And the 8-foot-long reptile was found by a Texas Parks and Wildlife official in the woman's backyard on Saturday. She did not have the correct permits to legally care for the gator.
You've grown up.
Having stolen the egg from the Animal World and Snake Farm Zoo.
Your real name is Sandra.
The alligator was kept at the woman's house in the Austin suburb of Buda, and the game warden.
How big did it get, Preston? Did you say?
8 feet.
Okay.
8 feet and change.
Jesus.
The warden, John Garza, said it was very friendly with her.
Oh.
American gators are known to inhabit the rivers, marshes, and swamps of the Texas Gulf Coast and are occasionally sighted in residential areas. But anybody that wants to raise or possess one or even hunt them, you have to have a permit. They can be kept for commercial farming or education or research purposes, but not as pets. So they had to take it. She's had it for 20 years.
20 years.
I kind of feel bad for her. Even
I
though
do
she
too.
shouldn't
So
have it,
do
but,
I. I know it's stupid, but you know that's the only home this thing's ever known, and she obviously raised it well. It was big.
The game warden said she did take it a little bit rough, but she does still have to follow all the rules and regulations in the state. The woman now faces a fine, which could rise up to $1,000.
Can she go visit it?
Although wardens confirmed the gator was in a healthy condition when it was taken from her home and had been well looked after, before adding that it had outgrown its surroundings.
The thing is, if she does go to visit him, someone's going to have to take the phone off and hold it up to the alligator's ear.
So the animal is now being cared for and rehabilitated at the Animal World and Snake Farm Zoo, its original intended birthplace. So, yeah, maybe she'll be able to get to visit it, Steve. But
Hi, how are you doing? I'm doing okay.
Yeah. A 35-year-old woman was shot in the leg by a Virginia homeowner after she allegedly broke into his house naked and attacked him with a frying pan. Paula Michelle Locklear was taken into custody last week. Deputies said they responded to a call on the night of February 26 about a reported shooting at a residence. Upon arriving at the home, first responders located an adult female, later identified as Locklear, suffering from a single gunshot wound to the leg. EMS transported her to a hospital. The homeowner told investigators he heard a noise in the rear of his house, went down to the kitchen to investigate. When he got there, he observed an unclothed female.
Oh, man.
Who was unknown to him coming in the rear door. Locklear then began hitting him with a cast iron frying pan, striking him in the head and hand. The homeowner was able to get Locklear out of the residence and secure the door. Leaving a still naked Locklear on the back porch where she began turning off all the electrical breakers connected to the home.
Wow, she had a plan.
She was determined.
And she's naked and has a plan.
Yep. She allegedly started beating on the kitchen window while yelling at the homeowner to get out of her house or she was going to kill him. It's not her house.
No.
The homeowner said
I'm so sorry.
Locklear then began beating on the same door in which he had already previously made entry, which is when the homeowner discharged his firearm, striking her in the leg.
We have the same sunsetter awnings. That's what confused me.
After she was treated, Locklear was transported to a county jail where she's currently being held without bond pending her arraignment.
Listen, I want to make this up to you. Why don't you come over to my house and I'll show you my alligator?
All right, last story, and this one's got a weird ending to it. An exotic wild cat is now being cared for by the Cincinnati Zoo after it was rescued from a Cincinnati neighborhood. In the early morning hours, dog wardens were called to a report of a leopard being spotted in a tree in a neighborhood in Cincinnati. Dog wardens were able to retrieve the exotic cat named Amory.
So they've trained dogs to become wardens?
From the tree, no. And he was brought to the Cincinnati Animal Care for medical treatment. Now, they initially thought the cat was a hybrid F1 Savannah cat, which is legal in Ohio, but DNA testing revealed it is a Serval, which is illegal to own. They're native to Africa.
They're beautiful animals, but yeah.
Amory also tested positive for exposure to cocaine.
Oh
my God.
So this is like Cocaine Bear, but not.
Yes.
Yeah.
A Cincinnati Animal
Cocaine
Care
Serval.
is not equipped to house wildlife. Amory was taken to the Cincinnati Zoo. His owner was cooperative in the investigation, and the dog wardens are not pressing charges at this time. Information on how Amory was exposed to cocaine was not available at this time. So
well, I'm sure it's a natural occurrence.
Somehow or another, he got his hands on an 8-ball and had a party. All right, there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a break. Don't forget, if you haven't seen it yet, The Cardboard Classic video is available for your viewing at WMMR.com. It's one of the best I've ever seen.
Oh, it's sensational.
So we want to thank everybody involved with that, including Kane Drone Services and Chris K Photography and Justin Turner Photography, because there are photo galleries as well. But go to WMMR.com/Cardboard Classic. It is so cool. And thank you to Kyle Mack for putting that together. All right, am I giving something away?
Yeah, do that.
I have a case of beer. No! We'll take call number 18, and I'll give you a case of Juiced to Jupiter Tangerine IPA. Ooh, that's new from Fatheads Brewery. So 18th caller, it's juiced to the max and packed with a punch of tangerine and citrus flavors and aromas. Super juicy, out of this world IPA that'll keep you coming back for more. 215-263-WMMR. Be back in a moment.
Awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you a video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine.
Okay.
That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl. I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah.
That guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you? Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife. We're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggle so hard. We did a podcast with Stan Hope.
That's great.
And all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really." Not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went, I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like, it runs in the family.
Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him. And here he is square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now,
Oh, yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got, because we wanted to play this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, nah, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine. Yeah. So how long will the shoot be taking place for The Machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID.
Yeah.
I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Did she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go, Coach.
Take the loofah, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on the machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the, hey, good job, buddy. Dude, sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like Bert. It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then the crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right.
Talk
We
to
love
guys
you.
later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So,
Jesus.
wow. He's
So cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
He's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Well, good for him. Hard to take an instrument
that's been around for so long
and give it a new sound, and that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted,
just a bit,
in the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station, you may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turning you on to something, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez. Is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have 2 drum kits set up in here, and by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together, and we've done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and but I'm
not
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
No, don't worry. I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle.
It's not a drum off. It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it just
gorgeous.
it seems so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. you have people that do that for you now, I would imagine.
On occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love and I love John Coltrane, and I love all the different. To talk about that improvisational thing, and people say, "Oh, it's too complex. I don't understand it." But I think in many ways it taps into that the artist expressing themselves in a way that I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that the average ear, some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do, and I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me. As a percussionist, I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice. I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is. It's all good.
But when someone is, when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys because I thought, I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time, But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort, and you can work as hard as you can. But sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of a thank you, Kathy.
I believe I'm going to dust off a character we have not had an appearance from in a long, long time on the Preston and Steve show. And it kicked off with an article that Steve sent me this morning. And I will explain how this ties in. But it is National Barbie Day today.
Oh, I loved Barbies.
Did you love Barbies?
I loved Barbies.
Yeah.
Like everything about Barbies.
My sister loved Barbies. My youngest, a big Barbie fan.
Still one of the most lucrative toy lines ever created, correct?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. So I thought it might be kind of nice to study the history of Barbie and friends.
He's a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. He is the historian. High atop the studios of WMMR exists an extensive collection of materials and libraries and such.
So we have
He
not.
lives in this establishment where he scours the books all day and night.
We have not had.
Securing stories that he relays to us.
Vis-a-vis.
Oh,
We have not had the historian in a long time. So I will start with Barbie, and if we have time, because there's a lot here.
Will there be any references to Skip?
I have a few other. I think there will be. Skipper? Yes.
Skipper. Well, I was better friends with him.
I think Skipper was a girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Skipper girl?
Yeah, she was. Yeah.
All right. So anyway,
the little sister.
If I have other stories, if I have time to get to other stories, I will. But in the meantime, we'll begin with this. So here's some little known things about Barbie. Maybe it was September 6, 1959, that the idea came to co-founder Ruth Handler, co-founder of Mattel, for the idea.
And one of the foundational toys of all time.
Absolutely. So. Barbie, by the way, is not actually her name. That's a nickname. Her full name is Barbara Millicent
I knew it.
Roberts. How did you know that?
That's stupid Quizzo questions.
Okay,
man.
all right,
Yeah.
very good.
Yep.
Do you know who it was named after?
I believe the guy's daughter.
Yes.
But yeah.
Barbara Handler was her daughter, and the son.
Ken.
Is it Ken?
Ken?
It
No
is.
kidding. Wow. So you both are named after kids.
Yep. Exactly.
Did his daughter have a rack like Barbie?
I don't think so. He didn't really comment on that.
You
at
should
that
see
time.
my daughter's jugs.
Boy, the rack on my dog.
You know they've talked about how the Barbie's original symmetry was.
Well, I can skip to that if you want.
Yeah, please.
It's part of the facts that I have here. Yes, if Barbie were a grown woman, her bust, waist, hip measurements would be an improbable 36, 18, 33.
Okay. That's what you call Kirby, hourglass-ish.
Yep.
Listen, you know what though? Like, it was I don't care. Like, I mean, and I know that they've changed them, over the years and stuff like that. But it was just such a toy that brings me back to childhood, and I didn't look at it like that. I get
no,
what you're saying, but I didn't
were you
do it
supposed?
like that.
Kathy, I remember the girl in our neighborhood friend cluster, Debbie, she had tons of Barbie dolls, and I mean the joy on her face. Was just obviously huge. I mean, these things were selling the outfits, the clothes closets,
changing their clothes. And Steve, right? It was they came with little hangers. You could hang them. I had a closet. I had like the big house. I had the camper was my favorite, and there was a pool on the outside of the camper, and like all of it. And then when the faux Barbies came out, I remember my mom tried to give me a couple of those, and I was like,
Burbies.
yeah, I don't know what this is, but I don't want this.
They had 3 appendages.
That's a Barbie doll. All right, so according to brand lore, Barbie was officially born on March 9th, 1959, in the fictional town of Willows, Wisconsin.
Ooh, Willows, Wisconsin.
She's a Midwest gal.
Right.
Yeah. Over the years, her siblings for sale have included Skipper.
Skipper. Now, his sister, right?
That's correct, yes.
Younger sister.
Stacy, Chelsea, Chrissy, Kelly, Tootie,
Caitlin,
and Todd as well.
I remember Stacy.
I thought there was a PJ in there or something like that because I remember my sister had those. So I don't know.
On the male side, it was
PJ might have been a friend, not a sister.
Okay.
You know, Marissa, what's that? You're gesturing.
They at some point in the late 90s, early 2000s rolled out Barbie's Friends, and they made a Marissa with one S.
Wow!
And it was like the end of the world because Barbie's was like my mom and I. That was our thing.
Okay.
And named and spelled the way.
Spelled my way.
How about
it was
that?
me.
And by the way, one of her siblings eventually went missing. Tootie and Todd were twins, and mysteriously, Tootie disappeared in 1971.
It's Barbie's murder-suicide kit.
Stacy, who was introduced in 1992, is also Todd's twin to add to the whole twin mystery, but we don't know what the story is with Tootie. Yeah.
Preston, PJ was Barbie's cousin.
Barbie's cousin.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And on the male side, were there more than just Ken?
I think there was at some point.
I believe so.
I'm going to look it up.
Yep, I believe there was.
There was Ken and Bruce Valanche.
The first celebrity addition to her family was a fashion doll modeled after teen icon Twiggy in 1967. And MC Hammer joined the brand in 1991, bringing a cassette tape of his own music along with him.
Okay.
By the way, Barbie's longtime boyfriend Ken is 2 years younger than Barbie. He debuted in stores in 1961, so she prefers a younger guy. She has a very impressive resume in history. Barbie has had more than 200 separate careers.
That's amazing.
Including paleontologist, desert storm medic, Canadian Mountie, McDonald's cashier, zoo doctor, business executive, secretary, Catwoman, and a rapper as well.
And gurning champ.
And she's been to space 3 times.
Wow.
She debuted in 1965, 4 years before the moon landing, and then returned astronaut Barbie did.
I love it.
And then returned in 1986 and 1994.
Oh, my God, Preston. For G.I. Joe's, one of the toys that I loved, I wanted it so desperately. They had.
I fully plan to win this election as I am running against a doll.
Her first ever career was as a teen model. Yes, she also changed her look a lot over the years, and they have a list. You can find out what she looked like the year you were born if you want to go back because they make new ones every year.
What does your birth year look like?
I didn't go take a look at it. So I was born in '68, and I have no idea. It would have been Summer of Love, or around that time. So her house is a zoo. Barbie has owned more than 40 pets, including 21 dogs, 14 horses, 3 ponies, 6 cats, a parrot, a chimpanzee, a panda, a lion cub, 2 hamsters, a gerbil, and a rabbit.
A hamster and a rabbit.
And a zebra.
I am a sexy, sassy bitch.
Does she have a permit for all these?
I would hope so.
No, in fact, she actually raised them all for meat.
So she has a lot of friends in the fashion industry: Gucci, Versace, Vera Wang, Dolce & Gabbana, and Givenchy. Is that how you say that? Givenchy.
So, and they all
all contributed designs to Barbie's wardrobe. Yes, so they've all done. And
they were sold at a premium, were they not? I assume, right? Because I remember commercials for those lines coming out. I think they were.
Maybe so.
I always loved brushing Barbie's hair. That was my favorite part.
Hey, Kathy, did you have the large Barbie bust that was
bust
that you could do? It was her from
I
the
remember.
shoulders up, and you could style her hair.
No, I don't think I ever got that. I do remember. I think my cousin had that. I think Katie had that, and I didn't love that as much because you could do her hair, and I feel like maybe there was one where you did their makeup too. I can't quite remember, but no, Steve, I was just the traditional Barbie.
What was
and by the way,
name
I'm
of
looking
that Barbie?
I'm looking at the list of names here, and there were a few males. I don't really remember any of them other than Ken and then Ricky. That was
Ricky.
Those were the 2 that were early on, and then the rest of them sort of came later. The males.
Okay. I don't remember the guys other than Ken and Ricky.
There was Charlie Manson.
Right, Ricky. Ken's little brother Tommy came out in 1997.
Tommy.
Oh, Tommy, yeah.
Tommy want wingy.
So I remember this Debbie friend growing up. She had the camper. I guess that was the
Yes.
must-get item, right?
I had it too.
Right, yeah. And so she had the 2, I guess Ken and his brother were the 2 guys that they were always with.
By the way, she'd had no shortage of outfits. Supposedly more than 100 million yards of fabric have been devoted to Barbie's clothes, making Mattel one of the biggest garment manufacturers in the world.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that is such, even like little girls today, like when I see my niece or cousins, kids, whatever, that's just something that little girls love to do, is change the clothes. And so
Barbie still
came with so many outfits, and I know there's other dolls today, but like all those separate outfits and the shoes and the heels you could put on them, it was great.
Well, I remember, Preston, did you have G.I. Joes?
Yeah.
I had tons of G.I. Joes. Did Barbie ever have like a kung fu grip or anything of that nature? Because sometimes they used to, remember there's a time where they made G.I. Joe's hair more like hair. It was sort of like a perm almost.
I don't remember all the G.I. Joe lore.
Kung Fu Grip, I remember was a big one.
Grip, but they had a bunch of different versions of Barbie, but I couldn't tell you which one.
I just, and I had action figures. I had, more like Star Wars and G.I. Joes, but like my creativity and imagination, I wasn't good at playing with those things.
Oh, I used to friggin' love them.
I couldn't do it. I could
love them.
My little brother, he would play with his micro machines for hours. And I'm like, I just can't do it. Like, I just don't have the imagination.
Case, my brother Christopher, my youngest brother, who oddly enough, makes some films. That's what I remember watching him as a baby with his G.I. Joes, and he would set them up. I mean, it would take him hours to set it up and make a scene before he would even start playing. And then he would play for hours. Like, he was such, had such an imaginary, what's the word I'm looking for?
Great imagination.
Yeah,
a
like
fertile imagination. And the same, I would do the same with the laying out battles with the various G.I. Joes.
Yes.
Yeah, and they used to sell, years ago, they would sell German G.I. Joes and Jap, because it was originally predicated on World War II.
Right.
And so that all the weaponry was based on that time frame.
I had fun playing with it with action figures and stuff like that. You mentioned Micro Machines. There were Micronauts was a group that I had when I was a kid. But where I didn't have much imagination, though, Casey, was things like Legos and stuff like that.
Oh my God!
Here's
a giant.
Here's a staircase.
Right.
Here's a rainbow stack.
Here's a stack of 50.
I made another table.
Yes, exactly.
And now, though, you damn well, there used to be an explosion of creativity. Here are all your pieces. Now you must build this.
Yeah.
The Millennium Falcon. You must build this. The Titanic.
We just made the one that has the absolute most pieces of all of the Legos. It's got over 11,000 pieces. Actually, Parker did it by himself.
Which is it?
It's the world map.
Oh, world. Oh,
wow.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
I took a picture of it. I'll show it to you in a little bit. But anyhow, back to Barbie.
Yeah.
This is National Barbie Day. Oh, and this is the historian, mind you, the history of Barbie.
High atop the studio, he draws on his pipe, the intelligence emanating from his large, veiny skull.
As he talks about Barbie.
So, and slowly unzips his pants.
Her shoes, more than 1 billion pairs have been designed.
Loved it.
For Barbie.
Were there designers like Jimmy Choo and stuff like that? Who I assume they probably had that tie-in, right?
Yes, at some point.
Probably
Steve
at
Madden.
some point. I just remember them being like, I remember the plastic heels, and then they had little sneakers, and I just remember loving putting the different shoes on her.
Yeah, cats love to eat those.
By the way, limited edition Barbie sell for upwards of $5,000.
Wow.
Yep. In fact, some collectors, there's a woman named Bettina Dorfman who has more than 15,000 dolls. She owns the world's largest Barbie collection.
They're probably still in the box. I think I still have some Barbies. I have a bin of, I think they might be living with my Beanie Babies. But I remember keeping a few Barbies, and I'm pretty sure my mom had it in a bin and gave it to me. But, they're not going to be worth anything. I think the ones that are only worth something are those in the box.
So the girl across the street, Katie, she had a ton of Barbies, and they had an enclosed front porch, was basically a toy room. And
right.
we would go in there, and she had a ton of Barbies. And we would just take all the clothes off of the Barbies, and then we would display them in the front window.
Right, like you're in Amsterdam.
Right.
Yeah. And
Well, Preston,
prostitutes.
I remember one time you, I think Caroline left the Barbies out, and maybe they were all naked and just kind of laying, and you took a picture. And you're like, I don't know what happened here.
Oh, it happened all the time. There were. I called them the Barbie orgies. So there would be like groups of naked dolls,
right?
All laying on top of each other. Now, for a while, I would take pictures of them all the time. They were left around the house. It was hilarious.
Kathy, I grew up one of those keep them in the box kids, like because it's going to be worth money. No, I had plenty to play with, but then we also bought the collectible ones. So if anybody knows anyone looking for the Christmas Barbies from like 1992 to maybe like 2007, I've got them all. Pristine collection. Marissa at WMR.com.
By the way, the best-selling Barbie doll ever was out of 1992.
Whoa! Oh.
Yeah. It was called the Totally Hair Barbie.
Totally Hair Barbie.
She featured floor-length hair.
Yeah.
Her pubes?
I wonder if that's the one where you would like crank her arm. And the hair would grow.
No,
well, hang on a second. Nope, we got to call her. Mike's on the line. Hey, Mike, good morning.
You guys play with dolls.
Yes.
Hi, Mike.
We do. All right, you wanted to mention something about the one where you move the arm, because Marissa was just referencing that.
Back in the 70s, and a lot of people don't believe me when I tell them this, my sister had this, it was called the Growing Up Skipper doll.
Okay.
When you would crank the arm, she would grow an inch, and her boobs would shoot out.
No.
I'm not kidding.
No, I am here to verify. Yeah, that absolutely did happen. And did you have the one where because there was hair that you would, again, there was, I think it was an arm mechanism as well, where you would pull the hair out of the back of the head.
No, she didn't have that one. But
Okay.
She did have the controversial one.
We found the commercial for it, and yep, it looks like the boobs get perkier as you pull the arm down.
If you cranked it 3 times, she would start to spot.
That's hilarious.
Oh my God, stop it.
Thanks, man.
There was a pregnant one that had a belly, and you would pop the belly off, and the baby would be inside, and then it
remember
came
that.
with a flat belly that you would replace it with.
That's how it really happens, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Marissa, were those Christmas Barbies, did they have like those big elaborate dresses? Was that them?
Oh yeah, I mean they look like pageant kids.
Yeah,
like, the
yeah,
hair
okay.
was big,
Yes.
and the dresses were massive. The boxes were like double wides.
Yep.
So if, the ones that come with all the accessories, but that's just how big the dress was.
Wow. Well, thankfully, and this is the last tidbit that I have about Barbie, there are plenty of Barbies to spare. Mattel claims somewhere in the world there is one Barbie sold every 3 seconds.
Oh, my God. Really?
Yeah. So that's how popular they still are, which is cool. I love it.
You know what else
Classic.
too? That the Barbie dream house is what I think all the little kids hope to have someday.
That was the ultimate. Yeah,
Barbie
the
Dream House.
yeah.
And then also He-Man, you had the Castle Grayskull. You had...
I remembered that too.
And then what was a big Star Wars? Oh, if you could have Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, the Death Star,
The Death
too.
Star.
Yeah,
I had that.
Yeah, I had a Barbie dream house, but I didn't have the like big plasticky one. I had one that was 3 stories tall, and it was a cardboard backing.
The duplex.
With holes. It was almost like you buy it from IKEA, like it just clicked to get together.
Right.
And I loved it because my brother would play G.I. Joe and Barbie with me if he could have the top floor of the dream house.
Did you have the elevator on it? You turn a little crank and it would pull
No,
the
this one
elevator up?
was just a piece of cardboard and and poles that would hold it together. But I had a 1957 Chevy that had it had a working radio in the
Wait
trunk.
a second. Barbie did have like a Thunderbird or something, didn't
Corvette.
she? A Corvette, a convertible, right?
Yeah. Remember they used that in Toy Story.
Yeah.
Which, by the way,
that's right.
I loved the Barbie and Ken. I think it was
Yeah.
in the third one. And who played who was the voice of Ken? Michael Keaton was the voice of Ken. It was fantastic. Hang on. Do you want to talk to somebody named Barbie?
Yeah.
All right. I don't know what she has to say, but she's on the line. Hi, Barbie. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm listening to your show, and it's cracking me up.
I love it. What was it like growing up with the name Barbie?
All the jokes.
Oh, no.
Her voice mechanism is broken. Pull on the back of your head.
Hang on, Barbie.
Replace her batteries.
Your cell signal is poor and you're breaking up. Can you say that again?
Okay. Yeah, just
Nah, we're not going to be able to talk to you.
Barbie, we love you.
Sorry, Barbie. We appreciate the call, but
I would imagine her name is Barbara as well, right?
you would think so. Yeah, I don't think anybody names their kid Barbie, but you never know.
My original name was G.I. Joe.
Was it?
Yeah.
Now you go by
changed to
Steve now?
Yeah.
That's really strange. All right, well, listen, I need to do at least another story, and so we're going to switch gears, but
Stone has another story he'd like to relay.
we are going to stay in the toy realm.
He's staying in the toy realm.
And there is a bizarre interview that took place with Mark Johnson Williams. He is the toy maker who created the Tickle Me Elmo doll. And he recounts his years. And so part of what I like to do in the historian segment is to give you some off-the-wall stories about things that you're very well aware of, like Tickle Me Elmo. So,
but not the full story.
He recounts his years as a suspect in the FBI's investigation of the Unabomber Ted Kaczynski.
So the guy who invented the Tickle Me Elmo doll helped investigate the Unabomber.
Yep. Even though Johnson Williams has nothing to do with Ted Kaczynski, the two men's lives have some odd similarities.
Wasn't Kaczynski's original name Tickle Me Bomber?
Maybe. But it's not mentioned in the story. After mailing his 16th bomb in April of 1995, Kaczynski mailed a letter to the New York Times and the Washington Post where he referred to himself as FC and laid out his manifesto. While it wasn't part of the letter, the FBI was able to detect an impression of a note that said, "Call Nathan R. Wednesday 7 p.m." So it was just an impression.
Right. So
something was written on another piece of paper on top of that.
That's good policing.
And so that sent them on an effort to contact thousands of Nathans throughout the country. FBI agents met with Johnson Williams. So his name, once again, is Mark Johnson Williams.
Right.
At his office at Leapfrog in Northern California. And he was wearing a baseball hat with the letters FC.
Wow.
The same identifier that the Unabomber used when he sent a bomb to the New York Times in 1995. The agents kept asking questions and things went downhill. He said, "I owned blueprints to the type of plane that Kaczynski tried to blow up in 1979, which is a Boeing 727. I had them because I'd worked on a talking warning system for McDonnell Douglas that Boeing planes were equipped with at the time." He said, "I also travel a lot. Back then, I was spending 3/4 of my life in China, and I ended up being at 2 different California airports on a day where the Unabomber had threatened those 2 airports."
So he's looking like a likely suspect. Yeah.
He said, "So they also asked me, have you ever been to Provo, Utah? Strangely, I had. I'd worked on a product called Casey the Cassette Player.
Oh, boy.
And it was a robot toy, and I'd gone to a commercial shoot there in the mid-1980s at Osmond Studios. Osmond Studios. The Osmonds.
I think I had Casey the cassette player.
And he said the Unabomber had also mailed a bomb from there.
I mean, at this point, I think he was involved too.
Until Kaczynski's arrest in 1996, Johnson Williams talked to the FBI frequently, both in person and about once every 2 weeks over the phone.
Wow.
Because they felt there were too many similarities that he might actually be the Unabomber.
Here's what the Casey cassette player would play when you hit the button, Casey.
I like to suck on it until the nuts are left.
Oh, jeez.
That's what it would play?
That's what it would play, yeah. And it wasn't popular because people thought that was overly suggestive when he was innocently talking about candies with nuts.
No idea. None at all. Wow. Okay. The FBI, by the way, it says, what is this, Nick?
Fun Unabomber facts. I didn't know a lot about the Unabomber until just now, and I didn't even know where the word Unabomber came from.
I thought maybe he came up with that name, Kaczynski.
You were a unitard? Is that what it was?
No.
He wanted to blow up unicorns.
The FBI case used the identifier Unabomb, and it stood for University and Airline Bomber.
Yeah, he was targeting. Yeah.
Never knew that.
Yeah.
Till this very moment. Wow.
Is he...
He's still alive.
He's still alive? Okay.
Yeah, and I also didn't know that the bombing went back until the 70s.
Yes.
So I remember learning about it in like the mid to late 90s, and then they reference it in Good Will Hunting, and I think I knew his name was Ted Kaczynski even when that movie came out or whatever.
He was turned in by a relative.
Yeah, his brother. But like when that came out, people were still learning about who he was and the manifesto and all that kind of stuff. There was a shroud of mystery, and up until that point, it was the most expensive investigation in the history of the FBI, trying to track down who this was and where these bombings were coming from.
Wow, nuts. All right, do I have time for one more?
You do.
Okay, all right.
And now we learn about how Big Bird was related to the Charles Manson killing.
No, we don't, actually. I want to talk about the golden age of air travel in the United States. Many travelers have become nostalgic for that. The way things were in the 1950s, airlines promoted commercial air travel as glamorous. Stewardesses served full meals on real China. Airline seats were large,
I remember.
empty, the ample leg room, and passengers always dressed well.
I don't remember the 50s air travel, but I do remember in the 60s and 70s, Preston, flying to California when my father was going on he had switched jobs for Diners Club, and we were going out there. And they brought out full trays with full silverware and real plates and full meals like you would get in a restaurant. Right. It was crazy.
So things weren't quite as glamorous as you think they might have been in the golden age. After jets were introduced in the late 1950s, passengers could travel to even the most distant locations at speeds unimaginable in a mere decade before.
Over 100 miles an hour.
An airline trip from New York to London that could take up to 15 hours in the early 1950s could be made in less than 7 hours by the 1960s. But airline nostalgia can be tricky, and golden ages are seldom as idyllic as they seem. When people talk about the good old days, a lot of times they're not as good as you think they were. Until the introduction of jets in 1958, most of the nation's commercial planes were propeller-driven aircraft like the DC-4.
Have you ever flown on a commercial propeller aircraft? I have.
Yeah, I have too.
Yeah. I mean, like when the first time we flew to Boston, it was a thing when we were kids. My father would take us on a business trip. You know, the sons. You know, well, my older brother was too old at the time, but it was very exciting and got on a full prop plane, loud as effing hell.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They still fly them. We flew one just a few years ago from Philadelphia to New York. We were flying,
like a puddle jumper.
Yeah, well, we were flying to Sweden, but we went up there first on a prop plane. So anyhow, most of these planes were unpressurized. And with a maximum cruising altitude of 10 to 12,000 feet, they were unable to fly over bad weather. Delays were frequent, turbulence common, and air sickness bags were often needed. Some planes were spacious and pressurized. The Boeing Stratocruiser, for example, could seat 50 first-class passengers or 81 coach passengers compared to DC-3's 21 passengers. It could cruise at 32,000 feet, which allowed the Stratocruiser to fly above most bad weather that it encountered, but only 56 of those planes were ever in service at any time. While the later DC-6 and 7 were pressurized, they still flew much lower than the soon-to-appear jets, 20,000 feet compared to 30,000 feet, and often encountered turbulence. The piston engines were bulky, complex, and difficult to maintain, which contributed to frequent delays back in the day.
Most of the early air travel never got higher than 40 feet, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
It was very low.
Yeah.
Through the 30s and 40s, almost everyone flew first class. Airlines did encourage more people to fly in the 1950s and 1960s by introducing coach or tourist fares, but the savings were relative, less expensive than first class, but still pricey. In 1955, for example, so-called bargain fares from New York to Paris were the equivalent of just over $3,200 in money today.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what it would have cost you.
The cheaper seats were actually outside, which was an issue.
Although the advent of jets did result in lower fares, the cost was still out of reach for most Americans. The most likely frequent flyer was a white male businessman traveling on his company's expense account in the 1960s. Airlines, with young, attractive stewardesses and short skirts, clearly catered to the most frequent of flyers.
Yeah, I mean,
Would you like a cocktail?
Were planes segregated like buses? And I mean, if you were an African American growing up in the 50s and 60s, it's probably not a good time to fly.
I never remember any. You see those classic pictures of drinking fountains and things like that. I don't ever remember. I don't remember that, Nick.
I mean,
Possibly.
I'm asking, as an ignorant white guy, so I don't know either. But I can't imagine.
You're a curious white guy.
It's a good time to fly.
By the way, people also forget in the 1960s, air travel was much more dangerous than it is today. In the 1950s and 60s, U.S. airlines experienced at least a half dozen crashes per year, most leading to fatalities of all on board. People today may bemoan the crowded airplanes and lack of onboard amenities, but the number of fatalities per million miles flown has dropped dramatically since the late 1970s, especially compared to the 1960s. Through at least the 1970s, airports even prominently featured kiosks selling flight insurance. I remember that.
Constant. And many of the airports, major airports, had on-site funeral parlors.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I was not aware of that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the trailer for MH370 on Netflix? It's that plane that disappeared.
Yes.
Man, does it look good. And there are all these weird conspiracy theories that surround that flight, and nobody ever they never figured out what happened.
No.
It just disappeared.
They have a couple of things that they're teasing in this trailer, Nick, about debris that is way off where they were searching.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. It looks very interesting.
Wow. All right. Well, anyhow, I thought you might find these things interesting.
The historian has reported on many things today.
Yes.
We've learned a lot. his due diligence paid to teaching everyone who listens to the Preston and Steve Show exciting factoids about dolls and first class.
All right, let's all now
And he
exit to the parlor
exit
for
to the parlor
a glass
for
of
smoke
sherry.
and a rub and tug from a stewardess.
All right. It's going to be that kind of a Thursday.
Should always be that kind of a Thursday. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Actor Jack Champion from Scream 6 will be joining us, and Mr. Skin with the Anatomy Awards. Stay right there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And it frustrates you. Is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, don't give up?
To me, the most important thing, I always say that a technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid.
Okay.
It's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? Sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music. And a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do. We jam a little bit.
All right.
And then I want you to show me something stupid. So, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so
sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place. And we have two drum kids here, side by side.
Hey. I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little solo one or something like that?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me, because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then at some point, I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it. And we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right,
you'll figure it out.
All right. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Jeez.
All right,
That's
so
awesome.
I'm sorry, I have to say, man, come on, what are you talking about? You sound great.
Ah, see?
Yeah.
So Chuck was standing back here, and he goes, he points at Preston. He goes, he's a rock drummer, and then he points at you, Antonio. He goes, he's a jazz drummer. He said there was a difference, and so I can't tell. I'm not a drummer. I can't tell the between the.
Yeah. To begin with, the sound of the drums is very different. You know, yours are tuned like a rock kid.
Yep.
But man, your time is really good.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That's, you see?
I appreciate
You beat
it.
yourself up for nothing. Listen to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't even know what just happened and what I just watched, but the beats and your hands going at different times and your feet going at different times, it was amazing.
Well, but Kathy, and that speaks to why you need to go see. You need to go see in person, at the Ardmore, because it's obviously it's something that it's to see it and see it performed live is a wholly other thing. You appreciate it, hearing it, but seeing it is a whole other realm.
Yeah, well, I think seeing a really good musician doing what they do live is like going to see an amazing, sports person.
Yeah.
Is the only place where you can actually see somebody do that at that level. So I think it's really interesting.
Can I ask, and I don't know if this, listening, and Preston, obviously was going on about the Birdman soundtrack and everything. Were there any things that jump out for your composition for the movie that you're super proud of? Anything you could sort of demonstrate for us? Was there any sort of thing that you created or a passage or something that you were especially proud of?
I mean, to me, the most amazing thing about having been part of that project is that I only had the drums to do everything that I needed to do.
Was that per your idea, or did the director himself?
No, the director.
Okay.
The director was, because he's a drum fan. He was a big Pat Metheny fan, actually.
Right.
And he's the one that really wanted just drum set. So I had to figure out different ways of making the drums sound completely different.
To give them different shades of character.
Yeah. So that was one of the most interesting things about the whole project. Just the research I had to do to get different sounds out of the drums.
And Antonio, I know about the how you recorded that, Steve. They didn't film it and show Antonio the scenes as he was playing along. Can you tell him how they did it?
Yeah, it was a really unorthodox way of doing it, because they sent me the script, and Iñárritu, the director, wanted already some tracks before they started shooting. So we did the whole movie just off of the script.
Without ever seeing any imagery, you're just going off the written word.
So he would just sit in front of me, and I would ask him, this is a very long scene, so I would ask him to explain the scenes to me, and then he would just raise his hand whenever he would see the next phase of the scene happening in his head, so that I would get the timing right.
Yeah.
So then he was just sitting in front of me, and I would just be improvising, and then he would raise his hand, and I would think, okay, somebody opened the door.
Wow.
And then
That's
I would play
crazy.
an accent and then keep playing. So we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And then they superimposed those
passages,
tracks, on the rough cut of the film. Then they showed me what they did, and then we redid a lot of the things.
You sort of shorted up.
Yeah, and this time looking at the film.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. Yeah.
That's why you have that it has such a jazz feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah, even
Absolutely.
cinematically.
Hey, Press, we only have a couple of more minutes if you wanted to.
I want to get, if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind doing a little improv for us real quick.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
Antonio Sanchez. Here we go.
Oh my God!
Holy hell! That's freaking amazing!
Oh my God! I'm telling you. This guy brings out voices of the drums you've never heard before. That squeaking at the end there.
I thought something had fallen because he was kind of reaching down, but you went underneath the drum?
He was playing with the snares. Yeah, and also hitting not only the hi-hat with the edges of the sticks, but the snare drum with the butt of the sticks at the same time.
Playing the whole drum. That's massively impressive.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Thanks for having me.
You kidding me? It's an honor of mine. Thank you so much for being
pleasure,
here.
man. Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, Antonio Sanchez. Thanks for being here, Antonio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
And this, and then the next thing.
Okay, what is the next thing?
The next thing is there's another Philadelphia legend.
I don't see the phone line.
He's zooming.
Yeah, we're
zooming.
Oh my God! All right, real quick, you have about 3 minutes left to enter the word flowers for the money clip. So you got to do that now. Flowers. And that we will get a winner a little bit of $500. Yes, he's a Philadelphia legend, and we love him. Going to be performing on Saturday, yeah, at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And I'm telling you, I told you I got a Twitter alert this morning that he was tweeting about us. And it was ridiculously early. We hadn't even started the show. It was like 5:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing up at that hour. But ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Bob Saget is joining us.
Preston, Steve, I don't know what to say. And to hear 5 people applaud in the morning makes me feel like I'm on South Park. It's so good. I am so stupid. I got up as I do at my elderly age to go to the bathroom. And I said, hey, you know what? I'll tweet the show. That'll be great. And then I put, I'll be on at 7 a.m. because that's LA time. And I forgot that there is a time difference.
Yes. But I was shocked. So that would have been we would have been up at like 2 o'clock in the morning doing that this morning.
Yeah.
2:30 in the
I
morning.
watched the movie Mank last night because I wanted to know how good Hollywood used to be.
Our next guest via phone. Okay, so we're waiting on a call. I got a couple of shout outs I can do in the meantime. And this is from Jerry. Hang on a second here. Somebody asked me not to use their last name. Oh, it's not this guy. Or no, yes, it is.
All right,
okay,
you
yes,
did
it
it.
is. All right. Good thing I did not say that because I was about to say it.
What is his name?
He said, I wanted to ask for a Josh Groban / Mark Summers shout out for myself. After 16 years, I'm giving my 2 weeks notice today and changing careers in a couple of weeks. If you can do this today, please don't read my last name on the air in case I haven't officially put it in at that point. Otherwise, it won't matter. Appreciate it if you guys can get to this, but if not, it's cool. I know you get swamped with these things. Keep it in nooch regardless. And that's from Jerry. So are we going to do...
I got to move to the next page.
And then a short. There you go.
Keep
We
it
haven't
nooch.
perfected that yet. So we're working on it.
That's pretty
That's
seamless.
the first and only time we're ever going to do a Josh Groban, Mark Summers shout out.
Keep it in nooch. Keep it in nooch.
Keep it in nooch, man.
Here's another specific request.
Okay.
I absolutely love you. Give my boyfriend Mike, a.k.a. Smitty, a.k.a. Extra Deep King.
Extra Deep King?
Oh, my God.
A birthday shout out and a hi, Mike. Okay. This beautiful soul was born March 22nd. He and I are both big listeners to your show, which is one of the many crazy things that I have in common with strange coincidences in our life. He's the most genuinely kind, considerate, and strongest man I've ever known.
Wow, I'd like to see him pick up stuff.
Mike's an amazing father, partner, and friend. I'm so unbelievably happy and even astounded we met, and I can't wait to make even more memories together. You're the best, Smitty. I love you.
That's wonderful.
That's from Nicole. So here
Hi,
you go.
Mike.
And there you go. That worked out pretty good.
It did. So, do you think the Extra Deep King is a...
It sounds sexual to me, but
it's
that's
a size thing, right?
that's what I'm assuming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably.
Cool.
The Extra Deep King. All right, our next guest is on the line. I don't know what his nickname may be, but maybe he's got one, maybe he doesn't. I do not know.
I'll tell you this, his career's kind of on fire at this point.
You called him kind of an it guy.
Yes.
We were off air a little while ago. You can see him in the current Avatar sequel. And in fact, there's already shot scenes for Avatar 3 and 4. But in the meantime, he's talking about Scream 6, and that opens in theaters nationwide tomorrow. Please welcome Mr. Jack Champion to the program this morning. Hey, Jack, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How's it going?
Awesome. By the way, Jack, I had mentioned we were talking about some guy had a goofy nickname. Did you have any nicknames? Did people call you anything in particular outside of Jack Champion?
Oh, there's a lot. They call me Jack from The Incredibles. They call me, Jackie Chan. They call they do anything.
I like Jack. That's
Jack's
good.
really good. Yeah, I would stick with that one. So I have to say, Jack, for the first time meeting you, but Scream 6, a lot of people had sort of counted the franchise out a little bit, and here are the reviews of Scream 6 really good, and they're saying it's the most brutal of the lot. Were you a Scream fan prior to appearing in the movie?
Yeah, I was a big Scream fan. I think I watched the first Scream movie for the first time 6 months before I even got the role, and then in October of 2021, and then in January of 2022, I met the producer William Sherrick, and I was like, look, I literally just became a giant fan of the Scream series. Please, in any way, let me be part of this. And of course, since he's the nicest guy, he helped me get an audition. I met the directors, and I guess the rest is history.
Everything worked out, and you also have an extra plus because Jenna Ortega, who is on fire with the Wednesday series and everything, there's hyper attention being focused to this movie because she's your co-star in the movie. And how was that working with her?
I mean, she's the most talented person I've ever met. She can literally cry on command within a second.
Wow.
It's crazy. For me, I need sad music. I need a build up, but her, it's just immediate waterworks.
Well, she was saying she was kind of getting in trouble because she kept wanting to do her own stunts, and that a number of the cast members wanted to do their own stunts, and obviously they didn't want that. Was that your experience? Are you the kind of actor who likes to get in and be physical?
I definitely like to be physical, but anything that's dangerous, I mean, obviously I'll gladly hand that off to a stunt person, but if it's take a punch, throw a fake punch, any little thing, I'm more than happy to do that.
Okay, so and you obviously you have some of the originals back for this film. The reviews are great. You're also in a movie that is also still in the theaters, which is Avatar: The Way of the Water, right? So,
yeah.
Too. I have not seen it. Casey's seen it.
I saw it.
Raves about it. I have to ask you, watching the actors like Kate Winslet and all of the people work with James Cameron and do this very intense motion capture acting, was that hard for you to take to, or what was that experience like?
It honestly was not that hard to take to because at first it's a little bit daunting, but since I was 12 years old, I was just kind of I don't know, I was just so new to everything that I was so formable. And after a while it just became normal. You go to work, you get dots on your face, you go into a performance capture suit. It became kind of normal very quickly.
It's crazy because you were 12 years old when you were filming that, and obviously it takes a little while for everything to film and then the post-production stuff, but you're 18 now, you're 6'1" right now. Are we going to recognize you in this movie the same way we recognize you in Avatar, because you are playing a human in Avatar?
Yes. Or are you saying, will you recognize me in Scream?
Yeah, because you're a grown man now.
Grown man. I still can't grow a beard.
But you can join the army and you can vote. So that's how I measure it.
Yeah. I was 17 when I filmed Scream, so I'm pretty, and I have way more poofy hair, but other than that, I'm pretty recognizable.
I mean, you so if you stop and think about this, and I'm sure you have, Avatar, the Scream franchise, you appeared in a very noteworthy sort of a small appearance in Avengers Endgame. For people who don't know, there's that scene where Paul Rudd, Ant-Man, comes back and he's trying to figure out what's going on, and a kid passes him on the bike, and you kind of give him this look when he asks what the hell happened.
Yeah.
And everyone knows that. It's one of those weird things. So you're part of these huge juggernaut franchises. Do you ever have to just stop and breathe that in? Because that's pretty freaking amazing this early in your career.
Yeah, it really is. And I usually, especially when I was doing those, I didn't really realize how big they were. But I think every once in a while I'm like, oh wait, I can say that I'm in technically two of the top highest grossing movies of all time. Or two that are within the top 5.
Yeah.
And at the conventions, they'll be lining up to see Kid on Bike.
They need to make Kid on Bike a character, or make him a returning superhero. Kid on Bike.
But you are. But you're. It doesn't matter though with these conventions. Obviously, you're in these other roles that have their huge fan base, and for the rest of your life, you're going to have people that will want to meet you because of that alone. That's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just filled with gratitude. I'm really happy to be here and be a part of these things, you know?
Oh, it's great. I mean, you're set to work with, I don't know if you actually started shooting Pedro Pascal in Freaky Tales, and Pedro Pascal is on a run now with The Mandalorian and obviously The Last of Us. Are you watching that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Me and my mom watch it pretty much every Sunday when it comes out. It's such a great show, but so hard to watch. You know, every episode, I feel like it takes a little bit of my soul with it.
Yeah, agreed.
You're exactly right.
Especially the last one. It's insane. Wow. Well, listen, we're very excited for you with the Scream series, and I've got to get out and see the Avatar film. Great. You've got 2 movies in the theaters at the same time. That's always a good position to be in. So things are looking good for you, Jack Champion, man. We appreciate you checking in, and we wish you all the best. All right.
Cool. I feel like I have to confess, I've never had a Philly cheesesteak.
Oh, what?
Come here.
Right, well, come on.
You come in here.
visit.
We'll get you the top level stuff, not that knockoff crap.
We got to make sure you get the right one. So if you come to town, come and see the Preston and Steve show, okay?
I will.
All right. Take care, Jack. We appreciate it. Jack Champion, everybody.
Nice guy.
Very nice guy. So nice. And we're moving from him, that nice guy, to the next nice guy who has with the Academy Awards this weekend. Leading up to that, we have to get the 24th Annual Anatomy Awards.
Now, before we bring him on, it's just so he hears us say this, we looked at some of these categories. There's some we can't touch.
Oh, most definitely. I'm going to talk to him about that for sure. But let's please welcome our friend, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, make me over.
Mr. Skin this morning. Hey, Mr. Skin.
Yeah, that's so funny you say that because I was thinking, there's a few categories here I'm going to really have to tap dance around.
So listen, Mr. Skin, we've had you on our show probably for the entire 24 years that you've been doing this.
Since the 1950s.
And,
Probably.
And this is the first time I think that you've really crossed the line.
Don't kill the messenger.
That's right.
No, you're right. The most awesome nude scenes of the year. So.
Oh no, they're fabulous. But some of these categories we can't touch with anything. We can't even get in the ballpark to talk about these.
I know.
But it's all good. It's all good. This is where we are in entertainment.
Yeah, there are 36 total categories, and we just launched this at MrSkin.com, and they're all free if anyone wants to go see for yourself. But, it was a problem. Normally I do 33, and this is my 24th annual. I could not. I was like, there's no way. I got to increase to 36. There was so much crazy stuff that happened. And one of the cool things about the Anatomy Awards is just to curate the wild and weird nude scenes that have happened from not just in the U.S., but from all over the world. And that's what's really, to me, the fun part of this, because even for me, I'm looking at some things that happened this year, and I'm like, I've never seen that before.
No.
That's got to be an Anatomy Award.
You're right. And we were actually, I was referencing the documentary you did, where you include the Hayes, the commission and all of this, and how these things are cyclical. But I've never seen a glut of anomalous, weird crap like I had this year.
Yes, 100%. But, again, it's just that there's just so many platforms for television. There's, so many movies come out. And we, for the Anatomy Awards, look at things from all over the world, too. We're not like if I was talking to you of the 10 best nude scenes of the year, I'm not going to talk to you about an obscure Romanian scene or something. I'm talking about American film. But for the Anatomy Awards, I'm want to find any crazy stuff that happened in real movies or television, and we definitely found a bunch this year.
So Preston, since we're going to do the dance here, you want to lead through on some of these?
I will touch. I will touch on a couple that are on the fence. That we can indeed mention.
I'll PG it up for you. Don't worry.
But let's start with some of the more standard ones. Best breasts. What are we going to go with there, Mr. Skin?
Every year, so for 24 24 years, I've done Best Breasts, and this year's winner is Maya Mitchell in a movie called No Way Out. And what's interesting about her, she's a former Disney girl. And it's funny because she was in a bunch of these Disney teen beach movies back in the day alongside a guy named Ross Lynch, better known as Dahmer from My Friend Dahmer. So
that's right.
Yeah, it's so crazy. And now here she is. And by the way, she was the executive producer of this movie, so she had full say in if she had to do the nude scene or not. And she said, no, I guess if my breasts look this great, I'm going to do the topless scene. And of everything we saw in 2022, and again, the window for this, it had to come out in 2022. That was the best breast of the year, and I don't think many people are complaining. We haven't had many complaints at MrSkin.com.
It's funny because we had Ross Lynch in our studio a few years back, and I remember he was actually kind of like... he was a little down. He was a little bit because he was
going to play Dahmer.
No, because he was trying to shake the Disney off of him. You know,
right.
he wanted to be an adult, and we had actually had another band in here, and he was currently touring with R5, which was, his band with his brothers, and he was still in this teeny bopper thing, and he was trying to shake that, and I guess maybe being in this scene is going to help him shake that a little bit?
Yeah, well, it's funny, that Disney thing. I remember Anne Hathaway used to be known as the girl from Princess Diaries, and all of a sudden, in 2005, she came out with a movie called Havoc, where she was hanging out with East LA gangbangers and having sex and doing topless scenes. So it can be done, but you have to make a bold move to get out of that Disney world.
Well, speaking of people who've been in our studio, the winner of Best Butt was here one time. You want to reveal who that is?
That's really cool because the winner this year is Anya Taylor-Joy in The Northman, and
which, by the way, is a wildly underrated movie. It is just a solid movie, solid action, and now the word is they're making a second one, Mr. Skin.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Anya Taylor-Joy became really popular when we were all locked in our houses during COVID, and The Queen's Gambit was on Netflix, and it was a really cool movie about a chess prodigy that she starred in. And then anyway, so everyone was wondering, when will she do her first nude scene? Well, in The Northman, she, with Alexander Skarsgård at the hour and 47-minute mark, she walks into one of those like hot spring pools, and you will be a Northman when you see this. It's pretty amazing. So, yeah, it's really, she deservedly so won that.
Do you agree that the movie in and of itself is a solid movie?
A lot of people really like that movie.
Yeah.
All right. How about Best TV Show for nudity?
Oh, yeah. The best TV show for nudity is a show called Leopard Skin, and it's a Peacock original, and season 1 had 13 nude scenes. And as you guys can imagine, with all the television shows out there, to be the best TV show is saying something. And two of the stars are Carla Gugino and Gate Jansen, who people out there might remember them from a 2019 Cinemax television show called Jet. And they moved over to do this Leopard Skin, and there was tons of great nudity, two very beautiful actresses. And again, there's a ton of great shows, but you have to choose one. And best TV show was Leopard Skin.
Yeah, Carla Gugino is in one of our favorites, The Watchmen, and she's in Sin City, and we had her in the studio, and she actually was in a movie with our own Kathy Romano.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, she's beautiful actress. Yeah.
And Preston, you want to hit the one just for Kathy's sake? You know which one I'm looking at here, right? She's a fan of Yellowstone.
Yeah. So there was one from Yellowstone. His best deleted scene.
Yeah, Kelly. Yeah, what was interesting about this is Kelly Riley, who plays Beth Dutton on Yellowstone, is super popular ever since that show came out. Well, keep in mind now, this is everything that came out in 2022. So at the very end of 2021, Season 4, Episode 8 aired on Paramount+. And there was no nudity in it. And then once they ran their season, then the streaming version flipped over to Peacock Network. And on January 9th of 2022, the same exact episode aired with this scene that had been deleted of Kelly Riley topless, and it was one of the best nude scenes of the year, and I don't know why that happened, but it did. So it won our best deleted scene, and it's a weird thing. That doesn't happen a lot. Like, why would you take out the best part? But anyway, this is even better than that first season when she was in the tub with the champagne. So this was a great nude scene. It won our best deleted nude scene of the year.
Let me ask you a question pertaining to that, because I've noticed, I was talking to my wife about this, where it seems like there used to be sort of defined, okay, you can do it on this channel for these. It now seems like a lot of channels are just kind of going, or F it, we're going to roll with it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I see like mid-afternoon on a Saturday, nudity and F-bombs, on a non-pay, channel. Like, are you noticing this as well, correct?
Yeah, it's just that things are just loosening up a bit, let's say. It's still, ABC, NBC, and CBS are still kind of traditional, you're not going to get much, but all these streaming services, I always tell people, like, BET Plus, Black Entertainment Television's streaming service, you would not believe the crazy, it's almost like you stumbled on a porn site. And I'm like, oh, no, you would not believe what's out there. But we track all this stuff, and it's really amazing. But you're right. Things are loosening up, and more of these streaming services are like, so what? Let's just go for it,
Yeah. All right, here's another one. The best over 60 nudity category.
It's Emma Thompson in a movie called Good Luck to You, Leo Grand. And I got to say, for all the great nude scenes I get to see in a year, I am just one of those guys. Maybe it's because I'm getting older now, but, like, I don't want every nude scene to just be girls in their 20s. Like, I'm very happy when an actress is over 40 or 50 or, in this case, 60 and does a nude scene. And listen, does she look like Pam Anderson back in the day? No, but it's Emma Thompson. She's 62 years old. She hadn't done a nude scene in 19 years, and it's her first time she ever did a full frontal scene. Wow. So this won our best over 60 nude scene, and the movie was called Good Luck to You, Leo Grand, and Emma Thompson.
All right, speaking of Pam Anderson, best prosthetics for the Anatomy Awards.
Yeah, that Pam and Tommy was a pretty popular show on the Hulu network.
It was terrific. It really was.
It was Lily James playing Pam, and then that Sebastian Stan playing Tommy. But here's the thing that's interesting. Lily James is not afraid of nudity. I mean, she did a great nude scene in a movie called The Exception. She has amazing natural breasts, but you can't play Pam Anderson without having, like, huge robo-hooters, which they had attached to her. So the whole movie, all those topless scenes were prosthetics. So
Again,
prosthetics. Yeah.
I was watching the series with my wife, and we're both looking at each other because we both know what she looks like in real life. Mm-hmm. And I said, "Can you see any line or spirit or glue or something or
seam
or is it CGI or how the hell are they doing that?"
Right. No, the prosthetics team was hard at work. She probably had to get there at 4 a.m. before the shoot.
Yeah, I mean,
what a horrible job to have to put those on, right?
It looked amazing,
and in the face as well. She
the face.
I couldn't believe it how she pulled that off.
Keep in mind, she's British to boot, so like all of those things, they really made her look like Pam Anderson.
So
I'm a big fan of hers.
Did Sebastian Stan? I know you have the male component for
Mr. Man.
Mr. Man. He won the Man-Atomy Awards. He's a winner over there. If you want to go check that out, but I didn't want to drag your show down with my Man-Atomy Award.
No, we don't mind. You don't mind that. I mean, how can you a talking penis? Hello, how can you not? How can you not win an award for that?
How many of those can drive a ship?
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
All right, here's one that's going to dance on the line a little bit.
Oh boy. Okay.
But it's a big name who won this. The best, Kathy, get ready for this.
Okay.
Best butt munch.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I was blown away by this. So, do you guys remember there was a 13-part true crime doc on HBO for a couple years ago called The Staircase about the crime novelist Michael Peterson.
Yes.
Who found he found his wife, Kathleen Peterson, at the bottom of the stairs dead while he was out at the pool having a few drinks. And it was very sketchy whether, did he do it, didn't he do it? And it was a really fascinating true crime doc. Well, they did an HBO Max drama this year, also called The Staircase, but starred Toni Collette and Colin Firth. And
these are biggies. These are A-list actor and actress.
Well, that's what makes this so amazing is that in the scene, she kind of confronts him like, hey, I think you're having sex with dudes. And he's like, no, look how much I'm into you. But okay, so this won Best Butt Month, so you know what's going on here. But, this doesn't happen between mainstream actresses. It's very rare. The only other time, and it was a famous moment in the 4th season of Girls, Allison Williams, this happened. And it's like, this is very rare. It's hard to fake this, it's hard to simulate this. Does that make sense,
Was there one in the first season of The White Lotus?
Yeah, between two dudes.
Two dudes,
again, you have to go over to the Minuteman.
Yeah, Mr. Man.
And so that actor went on, and he's in an incredible episode of The Last of Us.
Yeah.
It blows my mind, especially Allison Williams and that. But this, and I have not seen this scene. I was familiar with the documentary. I did not watch the dramatized version.
Yeah, well, and what's interesting too is Toni Collette. She was the mom in A Sixth Sense. Bruce Willis. That's one of the great horror movies of all time. Yeah. And anyway, she's like I said, these are not nobody actors and actresses doing this scene.
By the way, Steve, just to name check, the guy from White Lotus is Murray Bartlett. He's fantastic.
He was tremendous.
I didn't realize it was the same guy.
Okay, so how about this one? And this is one we've talked about on a few occasions. The best, were they really having sex scenes?
So we were
because some films you cannot tell. It's almost impossible to determine whether they were really doing it.
In fact, I'm glad we have you on because we mentioned Brown Bunny earlier with Chloe Sevigny and whether she actually does.
That's legit.
Yeah. And then and I wanted to ask you. We'll talk about your selection here, but there was a movie with
Anne Heche.
Anne Heche.
I knew you were going to say that.
And Preston.
And Ashton Kutcher.
Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever saw that movie, if it's coming to mind, but to me, there's no way they could not have been.
Well, you're speaking of Spread from 2009 at the 28-minute mark, but what is really I try to tell people is, look, you could simulate sex. In that scene, you're right. It did appear that they were having sex. I don't know, but unless it's a porn where you could actually see, we're just going to have to guess, right?
Right.
In the scene, for my Anatomy Awards, where best were they really having sex, this is from a show called P-Valley, which is it's on the Stars Network. It's about a strip club in the Mississippi Delta. So here's what we have here. In the scene, let's just say the guy, Tyler Lepley, the actress is Miracle Watts. Let's just say he makes a trip down south, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Anyway, again, like with the butt munch, tough to. There's just not a lot of leeway. It does appear that they were really having sex, but what made this very compelling is the fact that they are a couple in real life, and they had a child in February.
Well,
so,
that adds credence then to the possibility.
Definitely. So you got to see it. And what was interesting, this was the season 2, the 6th episode. This is a 3-minute long scene. It's very very sexy. So it's a great show, by the way, if you haven't seen it.
Mr. Skin, would you discount a film that used deep fake technology?
Well, I try to point it out.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things that they're going to get better and better at it over time, and it's going to suck, but it's just going to be the way it is. But we'll always kind of find out because someone who worked on the movie or something will let us know. But it won't be good.
All right, 2 more categories. Do you have a question?
I have one that I have to because I saw it and it was pretty amazing. The Guillermo del Toro series, The Cabinet of Curiosities on Netflix, the horror series. You have a selection from that as well, correct?
Yeah, Best Spookaki, which is this is a really weird This is a Netflix series, and
Great horror anthology series.
yeah, horror anthology series. And
By
Kate
the way, real quick, let me interrupt, Mr. Skin. He sings spook cocky.
Yes, spook-cocky,
it's
yes.
you're on the phone. It's hard to hear that. And spook as in scary, like ghost or whatever. Okay, go
I
ahead.
want to be clear on my cocky. I want to be clear. Yeah. So anyway, this horror anthology, in this scene, Kate Micucci, who's a pretty well-known actress. She's part of the comedian team of Garfunkel and Oates with Ricky Lindo.
Yeah.
She has this lotion, or it's actually lotion. It's just so weird. She's trying to fix her skin some way, and she has this lotion on, and it's just like she's nude, but it's covered in this creepy stuff. And again, you have to see it to understand it, but we didn't know what the hell to call this, but it was so weird.
It's really disturbing.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
She's like covered in this slime, but it's supposed to be a lotion to improve her skin some way.
All right, here are the two last categories we're going to ask you about, and they're the biggies. Breast picture.
Yeah, this is the movie Blonde with Ana de Armas. It's the first big-budget NC-17 movie since Blue is the Warmest Color in 2013, and boy, did it have a ton of great nudities from the very beautiful Ana de Armas, who played Marilyn Monroe in this. And you don't get a lot of NC-17 mainstream films, and this was one. It's pretty incredible.
All right, and then finally, the Lifetime Skin Achievement Award.
Yeah, we gave it to Marissa Tomei this year, and, the reason was it's been 30 years since she won the Oscar for My Cousin Vinny, and she's now pretty much more famous for being the Aunt May and Peter Parker. But, boy, the other thing about her that's really interesting, she did her best nudity after 40 years old, and to this day I still contend that nobody's looked better nude post 40 than Marissa Tomei in The Wrestler.
She's sensational, and her
Before
performance.
The Devil Knows You're Dead. Yes,
Yeah,
she's 42.
She
That's
was
amazing.
Just the acting performance alone, the sort of sad, environment. I mean, she's just it's a terrific performance. Yeah, and so well deserved. So besides this movie, post 40, has she done any other nudity?
Yeah, she did some nude scenes prior to The Wrestler and before The Devil Knows You're Dead.
Untamed Heart.
One was in Untamed Heart.
Right.
It's weird because they released it a European broadcast of the film later on. I don't want to bore you with the details, but very few people ever saw it. But her best nude scenes were after 40 years old, which is pretty incredible. That
there you go.
Does not happen often. Like it's fine wine, you get better with age, right?
Right. I think it was a movie called The Love Guru, and she did a little nude scene in that too.
Right. She's done other things, but I always say don't mess around. Go to Before the Devil Knows You're Dead and The Wrestler, and you will see the best.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen The Wrestler, just in general, again, Mickey Rourke deserved the Oscar for the performance. It's amazing.
Well, there are many categories we can't even mention. That
you got to
Mr.
see.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No.
Sorry about that.
No, it's very innovative, and you can find these at MrSkin.com. The 24th Annual Anatomy Awards, completely free.
Yeah,
free to check out. By the way, and if male nudity is what you're into, then you can go to Mr. Man.
MrMan.com, yes. And quite frankly, and I'm not avoiding it, I'm proud of that website. It's growing all the time, but I just am not I only have so much room in my brain for female nudity. I can't sit around, nor do I have the desire to know every male nude scene, so you got to go there to check it out. I'm sorry I don't know details like I do with female nudity.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Skin, that Mr. Man is both a grower and a shower? I think so. All right. Well, listen, it is always great to talk to you. Thank you, Mr. Skin.
Yeah, guys, thanks so much. That was a riot.
You bet. We will catch you soon. All right, Mr. Skin. On the Preston and Steve Show. We've been talking to him for almost 25 years, man.
And dude, we're not kidding. They're categories we can't go anywhere near.
Yep. It is true. All right, well, let us take a quick break. Come back in a second. We'll get another series of Bizarre File stories for you when we get back. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Bob,
I just couldn't sleep. How are you guys doing? How are you?
We're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, by the way, because it's a story of Mankiewicz who wrote the screenplay for it. Not to go off on this tangent.
No,
but,
I love I am tangents.
Are you? I contend a lot of people, when they finally see Citizen Kane, they get dismissive of it. It is a masterpiece, is it not? It is worth.
I believe it is.
Okay,
I believe it is. It did a lot for snow globes. It was, and sleds. Sleds went up.
Were those the tchotchkes they sold for the?
That was the merch right out in the Grauman's Chinese Theater.
So all the radio stations in the area, they got snow globes and
they got snow globes and rosebud sleds.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't think of a lot of other RKO pictures except for 2 more that Orson Welles made after that. But
but
that has nothing to do. And you got to talk to my friend Bill Burr this morning, who is going to be where I'm going to be Saturday. He's going to be there in September, and he's one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well, yeah, he was being very humble about. Casey had mentioned that he's kind of in that top.
Chappelle range.
Upper echelon of
he's
Bob
in the
Saget
ethos.
range. Yeah, but he doesn't.
I would put him higher than me, and he would also.
Most people would, Bob.
I was actually talking to him. He was over my house. I'm sorry, you were going to say something about. Go ahead. Just how great he is.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, he won't. He doesn't accept that he's at that level, which is healthy, I think, for somebody in the entertainment industry, in any industry, to realize that you can always be better and so on. But he was kind of humble about that.
Yes,
that
self-deprecating.
But he's one of the best, man.
He is one of the best, and I was there. I was on before at the Twitter Center in Camden when he had that Opie and Anthony virus set.
It's legendary.
Booed.
Yeah,
I was standing backstage. I was standing next to Jeff Wills, the head of Live Nation Comedy. I was under the monitor. I'm watching it. I'm going, this has gone great. And I said, this is amazing. This is exactly what I would do if I was going to get booed. But I had a sweet spot in the show, like right in the middle.
Yeah.
So by then they got tired of booing people. It was kind of what we call herds now. It wasn't a herd, it was just booers. And he got off stage in a cold sweat. He said, did you see that? That was terrible. I said, Bill, you literally just made history. That video is going to roll forever.
I saw you. I think you're on Rogan describing the whole situation, and that like the comedians all actually something that was promising to be so cool and fraternal turned out to be a nightmare, like Platoon, and you said in that moment he secured his legend by and the fact that he was dissecting everything that we hold dear, and you could win over an audience by throwing it back in their face was just an amazing thing.
He roasted them in the way that it was cruel what he did, but roasts used to be meant not to be televised, not to be recorded. They were recorded, some of them, but they, when I was roasted on Comedy Central, that should not have been televised. That should have been just for a bunch of people that want to hear that kind of language, because it was, it crossed the line. It was on after 11 or 12.
Sure.
When clips run out of context now, it's, but Bill basically said the worst things you could about my hometown people in my loving Philly. And it was hilarious because he was unrelenting. He would go 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm doing all 15. You deserve it. And what I was going to say was he was over my house. We were smoking a cigar not long ago because that's the best way to get COVID. So we wanted to try that. And we're sitting there talking. And I said, I'm going to be 65 in May, Bill. And, it's so interesting. I got a lot of things starting for me now. I'm going to direct a movie later in the year. I was just in a movie. And it's things, I haven't even done what I came here to do yet. And he looked at me. He exhaled smoke and he said, well, you better effing hurry up. Like I said, I'm not dying, man. I mean, I know Norman Lear. He's not.
You're just looking for a nice little exchange with a friend and a heart to heart, and he basically says you're about to die.
Yeah, telling him that I've got all this great work I'm about to do that I've never done. Because what I share with Bill is the love of stand-up. What I share with everybody, all the people that do it for the right reasons. And it's been hard on a lot of comedians that haven't been able to even make a living, but I'm very fortunate and Bill is on fire. In fact, I've got to leave and put him out. But Bill is because he played a firefighter in Pete's movie, but that makes no sense. See, it's not always good.
Well, let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and everyone wants to ask you a question, but I will tell you this. I think things, you mentioned COVID and all that stuff. The things that everyone is sort of looking for as those flags that we're returning to normalcy. Rock concerts and music and stand up and going out to see stuff like that, live shows, and that's at the heart of what was so crippling for the comedians and musicians. And I feel, obviously you're proof positive as we're promoting your gig that we're turning around now.
First thing, I didn't know I was positive. I was told I was tested negative, but thank you, and I'm glad I heard it from you on the air. But I am beyond thrilled. I have had 2 injections. I had them in my butt.
Yeah.
I actually did the drive-through. So I just
put your ass
stuck it out the window. Yeah, I did the whole thing. And there was a different cheek for each dose of the Moderna. But I'll just go on more about that. So what happened was I really know when to stop, don't I? Anyway, but to go back and to be able to perform, and it's not going to be loaded with people. They have to do the CDC guidelines.
Sure.
So people are going to wear masks, and it's going to probably be half or less, a third. I don't know what the thing is. We're doing 2 shows. My buddy Mike and I have toured for 10 years, and he's doing really well. But we're on tour again because I haven't been this excited to do stand up. I don't think ever.
That's great.
Ever, because they need it and I need it, and I get to make people laugh, and I'll be able to hear them through a mask,
Yeah. So, Bob, in the world of social media, when you're posting on Twitter and Instagram, and you're posting these photos, you always have to be aware of what's going on in the background because people like to zoom in and you left the toilet dispenser out and or whatever. But now you're doing these Zoom interviews, and clearly you've given your background a lot of thought as well, and we've been doing this with other Zoom interviews.
Right.
So I'm noticing the stuff that is neatly placed on the desk behind you, and I'm wondering if over your right shoulder, is that a Batmobile? I can't really figure out what's going on all the way
It looks like one, but yes, you know what? I think it is. It is. Yes, it is. Oh. I would go get it, but I'm wired to the computer. So,
so Steve,
if I leave, I drag the whole damn setup off the thing. But on the other shoulder is Rodney Dangerfield, a gold. That is an award from the UCLA Brain Society. Not society. It's not a society of brain people. It's the brains. It's the secret brain club.
They're like the aliens from Mars Attacks.
Exactly. It's Mars Attack people. But it's actually was given to me by the people that run the brain ward in the brain center at which is redundant because the brain. Anyway, you're right. You were right earlier. Tangents are not a good thing. I really should have listened when we started. But that was awarded to me by Joan Dangerfield, his widow, and a friend of mine, Joe Gray, at a big event. And he was a good friend. I officiated his funeral, and he started me out on the Young Comedian special when I was like 25, 24.
I remember. Yeah.
Bob, don't you have another piece of memorabilia from Rodney in your collection? Something
I do. It's in the other room. There's a study behind here, and I've got Rodney's pot pipe, and that came out on the Bill Burr Bert Kreischer podcast, and I've got a box that he kept all of his pot in and his actual pot pipe. And I'm afraid I got to hide just looking at it.
Well, a lot of people don't know that he was a very active pot smoker, and that was his thing. And he was, I wonder now, Bob, with the strains and the potency levels, how do you think he would have held up against the current crop and strains?
I don't think he would have needed the brain surgery. I think literally he could have gone out a little more peaceful because it was elective brain surgery because it was something that was going to happen to him.
All right.
And I'm not big on elective brain surgery, just me personally, because that's why I stopped practicing brain surgery. But he was like, man, I'll tell you, I'll smoke pot every day. I don't care who knows it. They're going to put it on my epitaph. And I'm like, I don't think you want that on your tombstone. But actually on his tombstone it says there goes the neighborhood because he's next to like Billy Wilder and Dean Martin and stuff.
That's sensational. I wanted to just bring up something because you were mentioning directing and getting onto some projects you're doing. Dirty Work was on the other night, and that you directed that, and Norm Macdonald is in it.
Yep.
And to me, that, and I know a lot of people feel this way, that is a cult status level movie. Do you ever get a chance?
I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I am married. My wife's out of town, but if she comes back on Sunday, if we can get married right after I do the Hard Rock Saturday.
It's just Norm Macdonald to me is just one of the greats, and I hold you in that rare status as well as far as what you do. But the union of you two, and it's so wrong in all the right ways.
Well, it's really nice to hear you say that, and I will have something I'll be able to say in the months ahead that is damn exciting if you love that movie.
All right.
And it's not a flip book. You know?
No, I would not be as excited.
We're coming out with a Viewmaster from Dirty Work.
I used to love Viewmasters.
It is something that if we're doing what we're planning to do with who we're planning to do it with, it's going to be one of your favorite things that you've seen in a long time. So
awesome.
It's been a couple years in the making, but it would. I'm really not subtle. We know what I'm talking about.
But we can't say it for legal reasons.
No, I can't. But I love Norm, and when I call him and when we talk, it's just like I'll try him for like a week, or I'll text him, and then all of a sudden I'll get a phone call. Hey, Saget, why don't you ever call me? It's like, he's always the good one to blame other people. And I'm always just a total sucker for his comedy. He's one of the smartest people I've ever known that does comedy. But I got to tell you, I've been going over. I got to tell you, I'm Bob Hope's dead. I've been going over a stand-up that I want to do. It's oddly, before the quarantine happened, before COVID, I was becoming more responsible in what I was doing. It would just seem to have more meaning. There were more stories. There was more. It wasn't politics or religion. I'm not there to do that. I'm there to entertain everybody, but yet have some actual human context of the things I grew up with. Yeah, more human, and it just started happening. So I'm a different. People are now just right before quarantine. They were going, "You're not as dirty as I want you to be." I'm like, I'll throw in another word for you. I don't know what to do. We change as we do this. You don't do just one speed, one thing. So,
well, I think
I can't wait.
Just a quick observation is that your material's always been able to stand on your. I think there used to be for years an initial shock that the Full House guy was for people who were unaware. I happen to be aware that you were great with that, but the material isn't predicated on the expletives. The material was always there. You're always a smart comic.
Thank you for knowing that, because that's the truth. I don't know. I'm out of context, and all they do is take a scene from The Aristocrats, which can't be made or shown. But you guys started my career. Not you personally, but WMMR. Yeah. I won a radio contest when I was 17 years old.
Yeah.
And WMMR gave me $500. I don't know if I've talked about it on your show before.
You have, yeah.
Well, here it is again.
Was that at Stephen Starr's Comedy Club? Or
no, actually, that's where I really started. But before that, it was a place called Grandma Minnie's, and you guys were teenagers, and I was. No, you were babies. I was a teenager. I was 17. I sang a song about bondage, and then people go, "How did the Full House dad get weird?" I don't know. When he was 17, he sang a song about bondage. Right. So I mean, Stephen Starr did a lot for my career. I was playing at a club at 3rd and Bainbridge that he owned.
Okay,
but I love Philly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you about
that. You're going to conduct an orchestra?
That's how we know we're
going to ask so that we don't talk over one another. And so that, but I wanted to ask you about Comedy Central Roast, because you mentioned them earlier, and they've been airing them a lot lately. And I think that they're great, but they also get cut off. In particular, there was one where Bill Hader came out as the president of Hollywood. And I don't remember if you were there at that roast.
No, I've only been to one. I've actually hosted real roasts that weren't televised, like the Jack Black roast.
Caused family members of a man who lived at a home in a town called Nitro to be concerned. And Police Chief Chris Fleming said relatives reached out to emergency crews when they hadn't heard from their relative for several weeks. The welfare check ended with first responders discovering the man's body in the home, but that's not all they found. They found upward of 60 cats inside.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Most of them were alive. A few of them were dead. And it was a shock to the neighbors because they had no idea.
Another pet hoarder.
So the person who lived next door, Chris Snodgrass, said you could tell, though, something was going on because of the smell.
Mr. Snodgrass, I want to tell you we're also sorry your name is Snodgrass. I thought you were going to talk about the cats. No, that's bad too. But that name, dear God,
you poor soul,
poor man.
Yeah.
What's his first name?
It was Chris Snodgrass. Okay. Yes. Fleming said, this is the police chief, said that foul play is not suspected in the man's death. His body was taken to the medical examiner's office for further observation. No other details about the man were released. Snodgrass said that he had only ever noticed one cat outside the man's home, and normally he kept to himself. So he had 60. He managed to keep it a complete mystery to his neighbors.
We had a cat we rescued years ago from a house. A hoarder had 97 cats in the house.
Wow.
This particular cat that we rescued, the cats had reverted, the male cats, to feral tomcats, and they were attacking the other cats. This cat had clawed its way through drywall to get into a safe space.
Did Snodgrass have any comment on that particular story?
No.
Okay, because he gets around.
Yeah.
The Putnam
but just like Snodgrass says.
The Putnam County Animal Shelter is taking care of the cats that were rescued. They're looking for people to foster some of the felines until they are ready for adoption. They're lucky that they got to the guy when he did, before the cats ran out of food and probably started eating him.
Yeah, that's like an Edgar Allan Poe story.
It's what they'll do.
Snodgrass had warned them about that.
A man from Maui, Hawaii, who refers to himself as Dolphin Dave, is accused of harassing humpback whales and dolphins in Hawaii.
So a guy named Dolphin Dave is abusing dolphins?
Yeah.
You can't do that.
This weekend, the Department of
Dolphin Dave's a dick.
Of Land and Natural Resources received an influx of calls about a man pursuing a humpback whale on the Big Island.
Pursuing for sex?
No. The suspect was identified as 65-year-old David Jimenez, who was allegedly seen snorkeling close to a humpback whale. The department shared a video on social media that appears to have been filmed underwater by Jimenez himself. He's seen swimming close to the whale, reaching out and trying to touch its fin.
Get away from me.
When the department's enforcement division arrived on the scene...
Get away from me.
Wow.
Jimenez...
Get away from me.
Whales, it sound like Frank Rizzo?
Yeah.
Jimenez was near a pod of dolphins. I think there was 1, 2, 3 dolphins that were there.
1, 2, 3.
They're very smart.
A responding officer recorded Jimenez allegedly pursuing the pod and leading a group to chase the animals.
The whale accused him of being a drunk, right?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Maybe even a
You are a lush, I can tell by looking at you.
I saw this video last week. It ended up in my Instagram feed. I don't follow
a Rizzo video?
No.
Oh, okay.
This whale video.
All right.
And when I first saw it, I thought Dolphin Dave was a friend of the dolphins.
Right. It turns out he's not a friend.
I don't know what the line is when you go snorkeling. Like, obviously, you're not supposed to pursue them, but it seemed fairly benign, the video that I saw.
I think that's the deal. I think he was... I think you can encounter them, but I don't think you're allowed to pursue them.
Okay.
He was...
I want to fight you.
See?
Yeah.
The whale was pissed.
Yeah.
You're a coward.
When asked about the incident...
I think he's out back and one fin behind my back. Just me. By myself, I'll take you physically.
So,
You're going to have a hell of a story on that one. When a whale kicks your ass.
When Jimenez was asked about the incident, he told officers that he's not going to stop swimming with whales and dolphins because it's magical and others do much worse. So he was cited for allegedly violating 2 Hawaii administrative rules, one that protects endangered whale species and another that prevents the harassment of wildlife in a state park. And he is set to appear in court in May. They take that stuff very, very seriously in
You're
Hawaii.
a creep crumb crustacean.
Yeah, I guess so.
But you don't have the courage.
No. All right, and then that might be the last story because my other ones are too long, and I'm running out of music in the background.
Trains pulling into town.
All right, yeah, we'll do this last one.
All right.
What the hell? A Florida stripper is facing a domestic battery charge after allegedly striking her boyfriend in the back of the head with a large amount of rolled up money that she threw at him while inside.
I'll break it over your head.
Wow.
She sounds like the whale.
I think she's a day stripper.
I'll break it over your head.
Where are you boys from? Am I turning you on?
Well, it was
Just the three of us, four of us, me and you.
It was at a Clearwater nightclub, so we'll be there soon.
It wasn't Mons Venus, was it?
It was not. It was Baby Doll Strip Club.
Okay.
All right, why didn't you make it rain?
Tara Miller and the 34-year-old victim both work at Baby Dolls, and they dated for 6 months before separating, about a week before Miller allegedly battered her ex. As charged in a criminal complaint, Miller and the victim, a security guard, were working together at Baby Dolls earlier this week when the man attempted to walk across the stage to speak to another co-worker. Miller allegedly responded by taking a wad of money and throwing it at the victim's head, hitting him in the back. Court records do not specify the size of the cash roll or the denominations of the bills. Those singles are probably likely. In addition to a misdemeanor domestic battery count, Miller was also charged with criminal mischief for allegedly damaging the victim's cell phone. So maybe we can swing by Baby Dolls when we're down there.
Sounds great.
Next Friday.
Oh, well, the outside looks awesome. It looks like a White Castle.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It probably was at one point. By the way, speaking of the broadcast from spring training in Clearwater next week, tomorrow morning we will have an announcement about an added little bonus to this particular trip, and we are very stoked about this. So tune in. I'm not sure exactly what time we'll do that, but I'll start teasing it early in the morning, probably around the Bizarre File time.
Yes.
Tomorrow, hopefully. But anyhow, we will be at the Phil's game next Friday, and it's called Baycare Ballpark now. They've changed sponsors. And we'll be live from Frenchie's Tiki Pavilion in left field beginning at 6 a.m. Gates open for the game. They're playing the Blue Jays. Gates open 11:35. Game starts at 1:05, and we're excited to be back down there again.
We know a crap load of you are going to be down there as well, so we'd love to see you.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a break. Come back in a second, and we'll ask the lesson question. We'll get to the trash and the music news as well. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Who's playing where?
You probably prefer to do the ones in private because the ones on Comedy Central really are just tailor-made for TV. They're chopped up, they're edited a lot, and to me, it's not really pure comedy. It's more just about...
Yeah, and mine was particularly because I had a edgy bluer stand-up because I don't know. I did an HBO special shot at NYU with 20-year-olds, so I just became a chameleon for the audience. I should have chosen a higher ground, but that's who I was as an artist. But that was particularly foul with my friends, and Stamos hosted. It had famous Cloris Leachman kiss on it.
That was great.
May she rest in peace. And then Gilbert, who I want to sue for the rest of my life for what he said. And unfortunately, people see that and they think if people are joking about it, it's true. That's how herd mentality works.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? And I didn't say anything. I just sat there and eventually laughed. Sometimes there was actually, when I was doing it, Joel Gallen, the great Greg Giraldo, who I loved so much.
Oh, he's one of the best.
You guys loved him, right? Yep. Did you used to have him on?
We had him on the show, and he's again in that the economy of words and the execution of the concepts were just unbelievable. What a loss. So there are a few times I've been nervous when people have come into the studio. When Norm came in, Greg, because I just respected, and you, Bob, obviously, people I respect so much, and he was just great. And he really, they talk about Jeff Ross and Jeff Ross is great, but to me, pound for pound, Giraldo brought it to those roasts.
Yeah, and I think Jeff would agree, and we all agree. Greg was prolific and amazing, and he said I looked like the Vlasic pickle stork sitting there with those granny glasses and that large pointy nose. So that, of course, is something that I memorized. But the point is, he shouldn't be gone. And I talked to him like 2 weeks before he passed, and he was fine. You know, it was just a horrible thing that happened, and he caved at a bad time. Yeah. And it's very sad, but I called him and I said, so are we going to hang out? Because we talked about it after the roast. He said, oh, yeah. I got a girl here, Bob, I want you to talk to. And he did like a Norm Macdonald prank on me. I didn't know what was happening. And a young lady gets on the phone and she goes, hello, who is this? And I said, oh, it's Bob Saget. Greg says that you wanted to talk to me, that you're apparently a fan. Why would they be a fan? I said, well, I don't know. I was on that show Full House. I do not know that show. I do not know who you are. And then he gets back on the phone and he's laughing his head off. He was just trying to impress somebody who sounded like Natasha and Boris were at the bar. And he had no clue who anything.
That's great.
Although Full House played in Russia, so I think they liked it.
Maybe they did.
Because we were of the right demographic. That's a nice thing to say in the morning. Hi, everybody. Have a great day. But I want to come into the studio next time I'm in there when I'm playing Philly, whether I play wherever, maybe the Tower again. Is the Tower going to open up?
I don't know, man. We're hoping for everything. You know this town as well as anybody, Bob, and there's just so many great venues and the amount of people who are devastated by this, just in on that level, and it's not even just the performers; it's the people behind the scenes and the sound people and all that. There's been so much stuff, and we've got to do, and we're trying to do. Everybody's sort of trying to vigorously do everything they can to get everything back up and running, because the charm of this area is that you always had so many shows and comedy venues and all that stuff, and the Tower is historical, So we hope.
I'm hoping a lot of theaters, a lot of us are doing clubs because you can't get into a lot of theaters. But I'm playing a bunch of theaters and a bunch of casinos. And I mean, the Hard Rock wanted me, Live Nation called and said, we want you to be the first person to open it because we want it to be a festival that people can bring their kids to. I said, well, it's 21 and up and it's a casino. So unless you got a 15-year-old with a mustache and a fake ID, it ain't going to happen.
Are you just going to be in and out to AC and then back, or are you going to be able to spend some time in Philly? I mean, it's still restricted.
No, I wish I could. Yeah. I've got to come back because I'm doing a show on a rooftop in San Francisco on 420 with a bunch of stoners.
Nice.
With Jeff Ross and a bunch of really, really funny people and proteges and friends of Dave Chappelle. So I'm doing that. And then I go back to Irvine, California. They're opening the Irvine Improv. But again, it's like a 500-seat venue. It's going to be 190 capacity. So but it's not a drive-in. It's not a drive-in.
It's not a drive-in. And 25% becomes 50%, becomes 75%, and we get back to it. And so
it happens. Getting out there, man. I can't. It's hard to explain. I know Bill must have been excited. We have the same publicist, and Bill is over the moon. Going back, did he exude that, or was he exhausted from the press?
We've had longer with you than we had with him. He had to duck quickly.
He was like, I gotta go. There's another guy. I gotta call Detroit, and I'm really angry about this guy. I don't know who he is, but I don't like him. I don't think he talks like Joe Pesci.
It was a good
He's literally. Please go ahead. Sorry.
No. Yeah, that was spot on. But in fact, that's kind of the way he talked. But he's great. He's always been very, and with you again, let's people be reminded that you were been a participant in the Camp Out for Hunger, and you've been generous with your time and just donations
always.
And stuff like that. So you
whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I try to do everything I can to help as many people.
You've been phenomenal. Yes. We appreciate it.
I have been, and I will continue to be, even though Bill thinks I don't have long to live.
Apparently,
he has the best drive-in story because he said he did a drive-in, and instead of heckling, the lady drove off. He just drove off.
Who was talking about that? I think Jim Gaffigan or somebody was talking about it. That just the quiet hum of an engine as the car just leaves.
It's worse than someone walking out.
It's worse than someone walking out. Yeah.
Right. You guys are lucky because you get to talk. Besides being as popular as you are, come on, let's face it, you are, and you look really good too. You're both incredibly handsome, and you get unusually groomed for early in the morning. I have to admit, and you know that I slept in these clothes, and I look very groomed. But you get to talk to so many people when I see your lineup because following you guys, it's like wow, it's all my friends. You have Tom Pop on. You have people that are just wonderful.
Well, you are doing likewise. Your podcast, which I enjoy as well. And is that a nice rest, diversion for you as well? Because you're a good interviewer yourself.
I've gotten to be better, but thank you. I'm not you guys, but I'm on my 89th show. But Monday is Ben Folds, and this week I had Candace Cameron Bure, my TV daughter DJ.
I gotta tell you, I adore her, and I have fallen in with the veracity of a crack addict to the Hallmark Christmas movies that she does, and
she's the Queen of Christmas.
Yes, she's awesome. She's so good.
Well, it's interesting because we do a podcast these days, and because there's not that many outlets, there's the late night shows that they run the clips, there's SNL clips. Otherwise, if you want humor, you go to a podcast, or sensational news. So E! News picked up yesterday a story about Candace being on my podcast, just talking about people make fun of her for being so perky. That was a news story. That's where we're at.
Perkiness.
Perky.
This just
people are cynicism comes, and the pain that people are having comes out of what we've been living through, which is being locked up. But it's a problem when the younger people, and I feel like I am one of them. People go, well, you're an old man and we're Gen Z, and I'm like, no, you guys don't get it. My stand-up isn't as blue as it is. It's like a 12-year-old or 10-year-old learning bad words. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. I mean, the word wiener comes out. Just the word, by the way.
Okay.
Right. But you that's the interesting part is you can make with a podcast, I'm able to have that outlet this year, and I've had such wonderful guests. I've had Tiffany Haddish to Jake Tapper to Bill Burr to Jason Sudeikis to Whoopi. It's just been able, and then dear friends that I sparred with like Gilbert and Lovitz, and and I'm just going to keep doing it forever. I mean, I have no reason not to. It's once a week, and I love it.
Well, there's been, and we've talked about this. There's been again, and I must have said this 100 times over the past year, that there's going to be some things that are going to actually, that we found, hey, this is a way we can do this. The way we're doing this right now with you, Bob, on the Zoom setup is something that was in the works, but we were forced to accelerate it. And so here we are doing that. So there are going to be some bright spots. And I think the fact that it accelerated you doing something that you're enjoying is a glass half full aspect to something that's been so profoundly unpleasant.
Exactly. This would be a dial. I'd be calling you on the phone. And now you get good quality audio. I'm on a podcast mic, and I'm able to do, I did Kevin Hart's new podcast that'll be on next month. And it becomes like you're in studio talking with your friend. Right. And as you know, that's what broadcasting is. You're just being yourself and talking with your friend or a person that you feel like, oh, I'm a person too.
That's right.
What I was getting at is the cynicism.
We have announcements coming tomorrow about some cool things that we want to bring you up to speed on. Have to do with our trip to Florida for spring training, but we have a little added thing that's going to go with that. And I've been told Around the Bizarre File is when we'll do that, the very first Bizarre File. So that's getting right around 8 o'clock that we'll have that information to share with you tomorrow. We will give something away now. We're going to do the lesson question. We have a pair of tickets to see Alice in Chains, Jerry Cantrell. It's called the Brighton Tour, and it's going to be at the Excite Center. And that is, of course, at Parks Casino coming up on Saturday, March 18th, so next week. The question that we will go with is, let me see here. What are the knockoff Barbies called? Today is National Barbie Day.
Yeah.
And we found out there was a knockoff Barbie. What are those called? 215-263-WMMR. If you heard that earlier this morning in the 8 o'clock hour, then you should call now. So again, what are knockoff Barbies named? 215-263-WMMR. We do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And is brought to you by What a Crock. Delicious home-cooked meals designed for your slow cooker and shipped directly to your doorstep. No prep, no mess, or stress required. You can visit whatacrock.com to see what's cooking. What's happening this morning, Steve?
Well, Rebel Wilson admitting that there was a brief period years ago during which she was banned from Disneyland. Wilson, who says she was much heftier at the time, was ejected after eating Huey and Dewey with butternut squash.
Wow. Hey!
Kendall Jenner was spotted out with Latin superstar Bad Bunny at Sushi Park in West Hollywood Tuesday night. Many are surprised that Kendall appears to be back to dating after just having a bad breakup with the NBA.
Oh, my God.
And finally, August Alsina clarifying that he did not watch the Chris Rock special in which the comedian brings up Alsina's affair with Jada Pinkett Smith. Alcina also expanded on Jada's description of their relationship as an entanglement, saying he, quote, entangled her brains out. Wow. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right. I think you know the answer to this, but we're going to find out for sure what were knockoff Barbies called. 215-263 WMMR. We will go to Jennifer to see if we can get the answer. Hi there, Jennifer.
Hello.
All right. So what were knockoff Barbies called?
Barbie.
Barbies. You got it. Hang on, Jennifer. The Barbie doll. We are going to give you a pair of tickets to see Alice in Chains founder Jerry Cantrell's Brighton tour at the Excite Center stage inside Parks Casino Saturday, March 18th. MMR VIPs, you can enter at WMMR.com for a chance to win passes for the VIP meet and greet and sound check taking place. All right, music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Can't you give me a straight answer anymore?
All right, it's brought to you by Monster Mania. The biggest names in horror will be at Monster Mania Con 53. That's this weekend at the Doubletree Hotel in Cherry Hill. Special guests include Charlie Hunnam and Sons of Anarchy Reunion. Tickets at monstermania.net. A Los Angeles judge ruled in favor of The Offspring in their long legal battle with former drummer Ron Welty, who had claimed that he was owed millions in profits from the band's $35 million catalog sale. According to Rolling Stone, the judge wrote, a judgment is entered in favor of defendants Offspring Incorporated. Plaintiff Ron Welty shall take nothing.
Welty gets nothing.
In a statement to Billboard, Welty's attorney, Jordana Thigpen, vowed to continue the fight. So I don't know the details on this. I don't know how long he was with the band. I don't know how involved in the writing he was. But apparently they're saying no dice on that.
Sorry, Welty.
Yeah. On March 5th, Jane's Addiction premiered its first new song since 2014, titled True Love. The tune came at the end of the night during the band's tour kickoff in Bakersfield at Mechanics Bank Arena. Rolling Stone described it as a psych-tinged ballad that builds to an understated peak with Perry Farrell's voice reverberating against twinkling guitars, splashy cymbals, and a pensive bass line.
We have
I can hear it now.
They come from space, so they don't come from here.
I love that.
By the way, yes?
I love that Farrell sound.
By the way, former Chili Peppers guitarist Josh Klinghoffer is handling guitar duties on the current dates, while co-founder Dave Navarro, you remember he's got long COVID, so he's still out for the count.
He's also playing with Pearl Jam, is he not?
Yeah, and Eddie Vedder Solar Band, and Klinghoffer's getting a lot of work, man.
He's actually working more now.
Well, and he had a rough stretch for a bit. I think he was having some drug issues, and it seems like he's in a really good place.
Seems to be a Red Hot Chili Peppers guitarist theme.
You're right.
Is to have some drug problems. Wow.
And because Navarro was dealing with it, and the original guy.
Well, Hillel Slovak, he died from that.
Yeah. Right.
And then you had Frusciante.
That's right.
Had a virulent drug problem. So
Navarro had the right idea, though. Cuckoo clocks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That really heals.
Yep.
Motley Crue bassist Nikki Sixx is feeling invigorated being back on the road with the band, so much so he wants to keep it going on far beyond the current tour. This is ridiculous now. Okay, so they broke up. They swore they were never going to tour again or get back together. And now he's saying stuff like this. He said, Tommy just had his 60th birthday party down in Mexico. He invited a small group of us as very good friends, and I was there and a bunch of his friends. All of our wives were there. John 5 came in, and it was just so cool to be able to not talk business, be in rehearsal, get on the phone, talk about the photo shoot or the video. It was just hanging out, walking on the beach, and we had some sweet conversations. But he went on to say, me and Tommy and Vince had this conversation. I said, what are you guys doing for the next 8 years? And everybody laughed. And he said, I don't know. I said, why don't we just keep it going? Like, let's just take it to 50 years. Which would be in 2031.
Why the hell not?
And he said, so this isn't our final tour. What? So this isn't our final tour? What does that look like? I have no idea. I'm just telling you, you have the band saying we're having a blast, so why stop?
Why not? Can they, they can. Why not put out new music or at least try?
Yeah, I don't know.
There comes a point, though. There comes a time. No, obviously they have such a catalog that they can go back on and release stuff. But, well,
there's a shelf life to recorded material with bands. And somebody who's going to be testing that in the next couple of years will be U2. Because there a lot of times an artist who has a long, successful career even,
right.
the new music fizzles. And there's a lot of examples. I mean, like Paul Simon.
The Stones.
The Who, the Stones.
Right.
It
just happens.
It just happens.
All right,
Yeah.
so I always hate bringing up Fish because I know you guys hate them, but they
I don't hate them.
They continue to put out new music, and we continue to like it. Not all of it, So I'm like, well, that song's crap. I hope they never play that in concert.
They never relied on airplay, though.
They didn't, but also, Nick, Dave Matthews. I mean, lately they haven't had any radio hits, but they continue to put out new music. And do you follow along with the new music?
Yes.
I'm going to tell you, though, the bands that you're bringing up right now, Casey, are a kind of a different genre because I'll bring up my favorite band,
Yeah.
Rush. Same thing. When you're getting into more experimental music, experimental in the ways of progressive or jam bands or things like that, your audience is going to more loyally buy that music than even the Rolling Stones and these big, huge, successful bands. Because I think it is a more acquired taste.
And it's about the jam, too. So, when we're in concert or going to a concert, we are excited about which direction they're going to take this song, And a lot of bands out there, when you go to see them in concert, you're like, oh, I want it to sound like the album.
Right.
And when it's a different set list every night, which it is with Dave Matthews, which it is with Fish, which it's not with the Stones, which it's not with U2, those bands are reliant on progression of hit after hit after hit, and that's what they can sell their tours on. And not to expand on it too much, but in this day and age, that's where bands are making money. They're not making money on selling records. They're making money on selling tickets.
I have an example to share with you guys, and by no means is this Rush or Fish or Dave Matthews that you're talking about, but I went and saw Weezer at Firefly Festival. And me and my friends were jamming out to the Sweater Song and all of those 90s hits. But the moment Beverly Hills hit, that place exploded.
Really?
And it was the audience. Yeah, it's that, younger generational audience. And that was the song that they learned from Weezer. Or they went back and
that got airplay traction, though.
True, but so did the Sweater Song at the time and all of those things, too. So I think it's also the entry of where people learn about the band.
Yeah, because you got to figure Beverly Hills came out all right, so Weezer started in the early 90s, and Beverly Hills came out, 25 years into their
career,
their career?
I mean, and you see people wearing a Nirvana shirt, right? And there's that joke can you name an album? Can you name a song? But they go in and they just start.
But nobody's buying the new Nirvana stuff.
Well, true, Steve. We're still all waiting for it. It's been so many years for new
They're
Nirvana.
being very petulant.
But is Teen Spirit the song that they're learning about and that's going big, or are they other songs? And it's kind of relative.
Beverly Hills isn't that old. It was released in 2000. I mean, it's old now.
It's a couple years.
Yeah, but I mean, it's relatively young to the start of their career, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear you.
So anyway, Motley Crue wants to stick around for 15 years. Billy Joel has revealed that he's been sober for 2 years during a chat with the Los Angeles Times ahead of his Friday night concert with Stevie Nicks in L.A.
That's it, though? I feel like he's been sober, or at least said he was for years.
Yeah, I have a feeling he might have, maybe he fell off the sobriety wagon because it's. I thought he was already.
He was talking about his drinking days and admitted, I stopped a couple of years ago. He said it wasn't a big AA kick, but I just got to the point where I'd had enough. I didn't enjoy being completely inebriated, and it probably created more problems in my life than I needed. He said when he was pressed about wanting to drink after the show, he said, I don't need it now. He said, I used to get off stage and I'd be so wound up and adrenalized that I'd need something to calm down to go to sleep. But I realized when you're drinking yourself to sleep, you're not really sleeping. You're just passing out.
He knew it was time for change when he heard himself singing the lyrics, "Fling us a flong, you're the floggle man."
He said, after the show, I go to sleep. It takes all my strength these days just to get through a performance because it's hard work, and I leave it on the stage.
I've told you guys this a number of times, but I was able to sit in the front row for one of his shows, and one of the sound techs was a friend of a friend, and we ended up, there before the show and hanging out with them and talking to them, and he said, just watch him. He said, watch what he drinks, and he had a blue solo cup and a red solo cup on the piano, and the guy told me one had alcohol in it and one had water, and he's like, watch which one he drinks, and so we did, and he drank the alcohol throughout the entire show, and before he came came back on for the encore, which was Piano Man, they had to push him on the stage. We could see him where he was.
Pushing.
And he basically was like, no, I can't go back out. And they were like pushing him and dragging him back out to finish it. And he did it. And listen, it was great. Like it wasn't like he was slurring his words while he was singing or anything, but you could tell he was hammered.
It's great to be here in Bavaria City.
All right, and then one last story. Speaking of live shows, this was just announced, and we're going to pass that info along. The band The Cure is going to be coming to town.
Love The Cure.
Saturday, June 24th, and they will play the Wells Fargo Center, and tickets will go on sale a week from tomorrow on St. Patrick's Day at noon.
Isn't this wild? You have Duran hitting the, and The Cure. And I've seen The Cure 6-7 times. Nice. Always put on a great show.
Yeah, they're a great band. So once again, The Cure, Saturday, June 24th, Wells Fargo Center, and tickets go on sale next Friday at noon. And that's the last bit of music news I have for you. Let's take a break. We'll return in a bit, wrap it up, and our letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, which they're only 2 letters away from. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I'll have to guess. I'll know when I get there.
She is normally clean otherwise.
We love you, Bob.
Love you too.
Thanks, man. We got to go. Bob Saget! The one and only. God, I love that guy.
You could talk to him for hours.
He's one of the most naturally funny guys that I've ever met. He's just the best.
His stand-up is so freaking funny.
Yep, it's sharp. YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go,
and then pizza.
Yeah, no, really? I would go pizza less. I would probably, normally, I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of. I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah.
This is the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers, starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good. Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. You know, so
Stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter. Later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays later darker.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday, too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here.
Yeah.
And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
Yeah, I've had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink
You
it.
don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable though. Like little things can set your day in the right direction
my
or in
God.
the completely wrong direction, and that one set. I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever. But like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur. Like,
Okay.
we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, "Hold on." That means Darth Vader's my grandfather.
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget like actors really know what they're talking about. Like he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah.
Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
we watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is that the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah. Yes. Dude, that's awesome. That's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly. People never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done. When people ask about it, you can just say, "Watch the movie," because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it. And a moment that we had at Cardboard Classic with a sled that was called One Dime Down.
Yes.
Yeah.
You familiar with this?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see it? Our friends at Springfield Mitsubishi have reached out.
Did not.
And yes, they want to get in touch with those guys because they very much appreciated what they did.
Well, they did it.
I got a great email from somebody over there who sent that over, trying to track those guys down.
They did a beautiful dime. It looked fantastic.
Yeah.
What can you explain it to me? What was it?
You weren't there. Yeah. So it was essentially two people sitting on this sled, but they had in the middle of it a giant, like 6 foot tall dime that they had created.
Okay.
And it was one dime down because it was going down the hill.
Okay.
And it's a reference to one dime down.
Right.
Of course, from the commercials. And in so many words, the person who wrote the email, who worked at this place, had agreed what we all think about those commercials, but had said they are quite effective.
They are.
And I appreciate their support and their business here with the radio station.
No, it's great. And the dime itself, though, Kathy, the second it turned slightly sideways, it caught wind, and it sort of spun it around. But the dime itself rolled down the hill.
Yeah, they.
Wow, cool.
Yeah, they managed to pick it up and roll it down the hill.
That's great.
Which was pretty cool, but it was a great time. Let me see some thank yous. Thank you to actor Jack Champion, who's on the show. Jack's in the next Scream film, which is in theaters tomorrow, Scream 6. And nice guy.
Very nice.
Cool time. He's also in Avatar, and his star is rising, so it was cool to have him on. We also had our friend Mr. Skin on.
Yeah.
The Anatomy Awards are out at MrSkin.com. It's free to check him out, and he has got some outrageous categories this year, some we couldn't even mention on the air.
Like what?
Yeah, like that. Like that one.
Oh, that
That
oh my
one, yeah.
God!
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, my goodness.
Do you want to take a look while we're getting ready for your show?
Yeah.
All right. There you go. You leaf through that. That's our prep sheet.
I could do voice porn. That would be the only thing I could do.
There you go.
Voice
porn. You like that,
don't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, baby. Yep. So
Looks
anyway,
like shots of your colonoscopy.
It does.
pictures of Nick's colonoscopy. Yeah, he shared those with you, didn't he?
Well, he shared them with everyone.
Yeah.
Online.
Social
That's right.
media,
Yeah.
Which again was actually a very positive. Oh my.
Yeah, that's one of the ones we couldn't talk about. Yeah. How about the letter of the day? We want to do that?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
L as in lap dance.
Yeah. L. All right, we have 4 tickets for the floor to see Muse, Will of the People Tour. It's going to be on Sunday, March 19th, Wells Fargo Center, and special guest Evanescence will be there. Some tickets remain via wellsfargocenterphilly.com, by the way. So we give that away tomorrow. It's pretty awesome. How you doing today, man?
Good.
Excellent.
Yeah.
You feeling like having a great show?
I do.
Awesome. What's on it?
Well, I train for that like an Olympian.
You do?
Every day.
Every day.
Every damn day I'm out there training for my show. Anyway, I do feel I have a slight cold, but it's only in my nasal passages, so
There you
I
go.
feel fine.
Good.
But I sound a little nasally. So
You sound better than yesterday. I think
Do
you're
I?
heading in the
Okay.
right direction. Yeah.
Yeah, you like that, don't you? All right. On the program today, we will have tickets for Muse and to give away. Also, Workforce Blocks of Live and Boston and U2. And it'll be a fun day.
Yeah, I think it's the anniversary of Brad Delt's.
Yes, it is.
Passing,
It is passing,
unfortunately.
yeah.
So, okay.
That's why we're doing it.
Thank you, Pierre. I want to thank our sponsors. Also, Preston and Steve brought to you today by Duncan. Preston and Steve show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Villanova University's College of Professional Studies. And you can pursue the next you. Tomorrow on our program, Fitz Dog.
Haven't had here in a while.
Yeah, Greg Fitzsimmons will be joining us. Is he here?
He's here.
Oh, no way.
Oh, yeah.
Comedian Phil Hanley will be joining us, too, so that'll be nice. And you know what I'm going to do as we are wrapping up? I'm going to give away a couple of these. I very rarely give something away at the very, very end of the show.
Do it.
Movie passes for John Wick Chapter 4.
Yeah.
Next week. It's going to be next Tuesday at the UA King of Prussia, and we'll take callers 10 and 11 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will give you those passes, so give us a call right now. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.